Good morning, traders, and welcome back to BluSky Trading Live. This pre-market guided audio with me, Coach Becky, is here to help direct your conscious and subconscious thoughts to actively experiencing in your mind's eye your most successful trading session. I encourage you to hop on here live with me daily before you trade with a focused, calm intention. I know mornings are busy, but trust me and the science here, because slowing down and focusing now for 15 minutes will help set us all up for the best trading session. These visualizations I'm about to walk us through are designed to train your brain, what it looks like and feels like to perform at your optimal level, follow your prepared system, and trade as you ultimately desire to each day. Please do follow with me with regulating your breathing with purposeful, deep, centered breaths. And if it feels right for you, close your eyes now as you listen. I will lead us through a successful trading day with a focus on your daily habits, mindset, trading system, and personal objectives that lead to a high performance analysis and execution. Visualize yourself with a strong, steady, focused mindset to behave as you intend during your trading session, to train your subconscious that you are fully capable of achieving your greatest goals. I do it, and I'm so grateful for these sessions every time I make time for them. So thanks for being here with me. Let's get into it. My body wakes ready as I've given myself the sleep and restoration needed to perform at a high level. Before I start considering my charts, my mind prioritizes gratitude. I give thanks for this new trading day. I give thanks for my safety, stability, and opportunity. I give thanks for my health, my mind, and my ability to participate in these markets. I give thanks for the responsibility I carry as a trader and for the discipline I continue building. I give thanks for everything aligning for me and through me. I set my intention for this session. I visualize myself moving calmly and purposefully through every step of my morning routine. I see myself prepared, grounded, emotionally steady before the futures market opens. I visualize potential setbacks, volatility spikes, fakeouts, delayed entries, and unexpected movement. I am not fearful though. I adapt. I stay flexible and fluid when I trade. I remain emotionally neutral and focused regardless of what the market delivers. I am fully prepared to step into the arena today. My mind is clear, optimistic, and alert. I am excited to see how my futures market has developed overnight. The story has, of course, continued unfolding while I rested and reset. With my trading space prepared and optimized, I sit down at my desk and log into my platform. The glow of my screens feels familiar. This is my workspace. This is my business. Trading is my craft. I begin gathering the most current information and context. I review overnight highs and lows, key levels, economic data, liquidity zones, areas where participants may become trapped or emotional. Every trading day tells a new story. I approach this session with curiosity and an open mind. I carefully observe where price is trading from the larger time frames all the way down to my execution chart. I have an entire toolbox available to help me study and interpret this market. I have experience. I have emotional control. I have the ability to participate safely and skillfully without fear. Many hours of screen time, practice, setbacks, and repetition have prepared me for this moment. Months and years I have put effort into my craft. I'm ready. I adjust my charts and finalize my trade plan. I define my key levels. I define my risk. I define exactly what conditions must be present before I participate. I have already done the work required to perform well today. This is what showing up for myself looks like. As we move closer to the opening bell, I continue priming my mind. Today, I choose patience over impulse. I choose discipline over emotion. I choose execution over hesitation. I choose consistency over excitement. I choose progress over perfection. I am calm. I am prepared. I am ready. Let's go. The opening bell arrives. My session is live. Volume begins to flow into the market. The morning is still young, quiet beneath the growing energy of traders around the world stepping into action. Deep breath now. The smell of coffee sharpens my focus. I settle back into my chair and I watch the first candles beginning to print. I enjoy observing the opening energy take shape. There is no rush, no pressure, no need to force anything. I mentally review what my ideal setup looks like. I already know the type of trade I am willing to take. I know my position size. I know my acceptable risk. I know how I intend to manage the trade if my setup appears. The soft hum of my computer and the glow of my monitors create the backdrop for my work. I calmly cycle through my charts and data as they expand. The excitement I feel is controlled and measured. I'm not here to gamble. I am here to execute. Relaxing my shoulder and jaw, I take a slow, deep breath. I feel centered, focused, present. Even as the volatility begins to increase, my breathing remains steady. I have the patience to wait for true opportunity. I do not chase. I do not react emotionally. I scan for clues, for acceptance, for rejection, for confirmation. I continue observing how price behaves around my critical levels. I review my notes and remind myself exactly what conditions I planned to trade. I remain composed and intentional. I remind myself that my goal today is not to feel excitement. My goal is to make high-quality decisions. My behavior will honor my preparation. My actions will align with my standards. I am here to execute my edge. Suddenly, I notice one of my best setups beginning to develop. The market is moving into an area I anticipated. Price is interacting with my level. The order flow begins supporting my thesis. I feel connected to the rhythm of the market. I watch price stretch, pull back, respond. As consolidation develops around my planned entry area, I prepare myself calmly. I aim for an entry that aligns with my trade plan and allows for a clean, logical stop. No hesitation, no second guessing. With a calm confidence, I execute the trade exactly as planned. I set my target. I place my stop. The trade is now live. I trust my preparation because the work has already been done. Do I feel butterflies? A little, and that's okay. I welcome that feeling. It reminds me that I'm alive. I am participating, that I am willing to take calculated risk in pursuit of meaningful reward. At first, price rotates slightly around my entry, a little in profit, a little out. This is normal. Every trade involves uncertainty. My risk is already defined, so I do not overmanage the position. I continue scanning my live data and order flow. I stay objective. I'm trading information, not emotion. Price continues responding well. Momentum begins building. I instinctively recognize that my trade is proving itself. This is the opportunity I waited for. This is why my patience matters. As momentum increases and price pushes through an important area, I intentionally add to the position per my system. I stay composed. I stay disciplined. With skill and efficiency, I adjust my targets and manage the trade according to plan. Everything is unfolding as it should. I continue allowing the trade room to work. As profits build, I notice anxiety attempting to enter my mind. The quiet voice whispers, "Don't give it back. What if this reverses? Maybe you should exit now." I recognize this voice: scarcity, fear, emotional protection. I don't fight it. I simply observe it and return my focus to the data. My edge requires trust. My growth requires courage. My desire to succeed is stronger than my fear of losing. Almost instantly now, partial profits began filling. Good. I acknowledge the progress while remaining emotionally neutral. My work is not finished yet. I continue managing the remaining position with intention. I understand that markets naturally pause, rotate, and consolidate before continuing. I do not panic during healthy pullbacks. I stay aligned with the conditions in front of me. My data still supports the trade. My plan still supports the trade. There's nothing I need to force. I take a slow, deep breath. Take a brief step away from the screens. Freshen my water, freshen my coffee. When I return moments later, price is approaching my target. Within seconds, the remainder of my target order fills. I slowly exhale. I thank the market for the opportunity. I fulfilled what I set out to do today. This is what I know how to do. This is the result of preparation, discipline, and repetition. I will continue showing up and executing like this again and again, every day. As I stand up, stretch, and smile, I breathe deeply. I feel such gratitude for this life. I embrace the opportunity to trade. I embrace the opportunity to grow. And I trust that everything I am building is continuing to unfold exactly as it should. Thank you for being here with me this morning, guys. Practicing these intentional trading visualizations to support and rewire our personal psychology is really impactful. This is the behind the scenes work that takes focused effort and consistency to have it grow and become a normal part of our process every day as traders. It's worth your effort though, because as this practice every morning, it really does help develop our skill in picturing ourselves successfully executing our system and achieving all of our goals. Not every trading day is going to be perfect, but when we visualize what it looks like and feels like to approach the market with intention to our system and our plan and our mindset, we change. Purposefully filtering what information you feed your brain and directing your thoughts specifically for your highest good immediately before stepping into your arena is neurologically powerful for high performance. So good job showing up with me this morning. I appreciate you being here, and let's handle this trading day. Happy trading.
another day at BluSky TV. I am Justin, and I will be doing some trading with you this morning. Now, I got to my desk this morning, and I saw we already had some Middle East news, and that was around, it was around 8:15. It was news that there's going to be no deal because of something going on with Lebanon, and the market did not care at all. So what that tells me is the bottom for the morning could potentially be in just based off the news without looking at any technicals, without looking at anything. That's showing me the market does not care. It's expecting these things to happen. So if anything, we're going to get some news saying the ceasefire is back on, and we're just going to rocket ship out of here. That's what I'm thinking as far as news. If you are seeing anything different or thinking anything different, let me know. But the fact that we didn't make new lows off news like that, it kind of leads me to think that. And before we get into it, I am kind of looking for a push up into open. Just back into this 350 range all the way to 500. That's kind of an established range we've been having. If you were on the stream yesterday, for the bear side, I was looking for a continuation down to 360. It took into the Globex Open to do it, but it did end up dumping into it. And if you were with us last night on the stream, Breezy and I caught a really nice long to almost the top of the range for 60 to 80 points, something like that. So if you are available at nighttime, we do stream at nighttime, and there's some bangers that are being hit. So don't sleep on it. But good morning, everybody. It's good to be here. Morning, Breezy. Morning, BluSky. Morning, Tina Marie. Mary, good to see you guys. So let's kind of just get into some technicals. Let's do some top-down analysis. I think it was during Power Hour, the coaches were kind of talking about the power of top-down analysis and how if all the time frames kind of line up, it makes trading a lot easier. And for me, the majority of profitable traders I know do top-down analysis, because if you are long biased on all of the time frames, you're kind of looking for longs, if that makes sense. That's true. Breezy also 50 points on gold. So a lot of money made last night, actually. So that's great. One of those things where you can go in with a few micros and still make hundreds of dollars. So don't sleep on the night sessions. And, the more people get in there, maybe we extend the sessions, things like that. Well, let's go ahead and look at our top-down analysis. So this is kind of one of the first times in a bit that the daily is actually looking a little bit bearish. We have a little gap around 490. So that 500 area is going to be kind of critical. So we are looking like we're breaking structure to the downside, but it is hard to be incredibly bearish until we actually break, I'd say, below about 110. And 110 would be my bear target for the day. If we do want to continue dripping down, 260 and 110 are my bear targets. The 4 hour has clearly broken structure. This is what I call a sell model. We have one leg down, two leg down, trying to find a base on this 260 level, which makes sense if you look at this 4 hour candle structure over here. 260, 211 will be some key levels on the 4 hour chart. So starting to look bearish on these time frames. Now we get to the 1 hour. The 1 hour looks like it kind of completed its 1, 2, trying to find a base and push out. So I'm starting to see the daily, the 4 hour are looking to the downside, and probably starting at the 1 hour and down, we're starting to look for some kind of recovery, maybe into a key level, 450, 500, and we'll see how we react there for maybe some more downside. Same thing, 30, trying to find a little base right here, trying to push out. Okay. So I think we kind of have our plan. I want to see how we react at this 350 level. So 350, 260 to 350 is kind of my little chop range. I want to see how we react in this area. Now we have 4 minutes to open, so I'm not going to front end a play going into open. If I did, I'd be looking for either a 270 touch or a 350 touch. I would not be trying to get in the middle of that, because you can see it's kind of just back and forth chopping around. So let's give it 3-4 minutes, see what the market wants to do at open, and go from there. What's everybody thinking in the chat? Is anybody looking for anything specific? Did anybody already hit a play? If you were up earlier, traded London, I mean, this is a nice meltdown, pretty clean. Basically, target to target. If you're in a play, let me know. I'm kind of curious if anybody's holding anything into open. All right, looks like it's running into the support. 1 hour close below 275, might stay bearish. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at that. I'm looking to see if it actually holds that level. That's an area I'm looking to potentially go long. But it's kind of hard to argue the bearish momentum at the moment. Drop, pop, drop, pop. And there's our 270 touch. So we're sitting at support going into open. If it wasn't right at open, I probably would have tried a long at this 260. What is this? 270 area. But I'm not trying to open a position 1 minute before open. Short on the MYM. Nothing for now. Waiting till open. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm at. Big demand starting down at 115. Yeah, I have that. I have 120 to 100 marked very heavily. Like I said, that is my bear target for the day. But I really want to see something close below this 270 area. Chill until you see some confirmation. Yeah, not a bad idea. I'm just hoping that we don't get stuck in a chop area for an hour and a half of the stream like we did yesterday. That was terrible. And guys, if you hear me mention like chop area, not ideal conditions to trade, take the trades I take with a grain of salt, because I'm kind of just trying ideas out in an area where I know the probability is not incredibly high. And market is open in 30 seconds, so buckle up, guys. All right. We broke support at open. So it looks like shorts are going to be on the menu for me. And all we're going to be doing is looking for a 270 retest. I'm going to let a candle or two play out, see what happens. Wow, we ran to my second support. We ran to the TP1 already. That was quick. I'm going to go ahead and mark this liquidity from pre-market as well. It will be important. So these are the downside targets. Downside targets are 215, 167, and 120. If you want to mark those on your charts, feel free to. So at this point, we did break support at 270. We want to see if bears can defend the 270 level. If bulls can just pop up and reclaim it, it's going to be your classic dump and pump that we've done almost every day at open for the last week or so. And there's the reclaim. That's why I don't like playing open, guys. These moves are fugazi. You can make a lot of money because the moves are fast, but that was just a huge bear trap. If it wasn't open, I would have taken a short at 270. I would have gotten stopped out, most likely by about a point or two, and maybe watch it go back into profit. And if you guys do look at the chat, our handy dandy bot is posting our current flash sale. Very good sale on our Propel plans. Those are the one-time payment plans. Probably my favorite plan at the moment that BluSky has. All right, we're flirting around this zone right now, so I'm kind of waiting to see what happens when the dust settles. All right, what do we all think of the Open? Anybody happen to catch the 30-second shorts? Kind of looking to take a long. Stayed away after getting burned yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was I talked to a bunch of people when I stopped streaming, and a lot of people had that as Becky calls it, the death by 1,000 cuts in this chop range. What was it? That was Wednesday, Tuesday. In this area right here. This was tough. It was like 90-point candles with no clear direction, wicking across key levels. A lot of people got chopped up in here. Then it finally broke. This is one of those days where I was like, all right, let's go short, stopped out. Then it dropped 60 points. Okay, let's go short, stop, drops out 60 points. So if you got chopped up yesterday, I mean, it was a tough area. And as I was talking, we got the pump. All right, let's try to get into a long. I'm going to go with just a 300 long with the anticipation that it might drop to 270 and I might make an ad. My target's going to be 360 and it looks like it's running there already. If we can reclaim 360 and basically VWAP, we should just continue pumping to about 450 to 500, which is an area, which would be a great area for a short retest. And if it's your first time in here, let me know. So right now I'm hoping I get wicked in. This is we're on the 1 minute, so take it with a grain of salt, but this is a clear buy model on the 1 minute. And we're starting to see it translate into the 3 and 5. It just needs to play out a little bit longer. So 300 is my kind of risky entry. I'd say 270 to 280 is a little bit more of a conservative entry. Hit your profit consistency already? Damn, dude, that's like 2 days in a row, right? Love to see it. One more day till payout. All right, there's a nice little bullish close. Let's see if we get this tap in. Yeah, great problem to have. Great problem to have. Yeah, get another account. You can stack multiple accounts here at BluSky. So, yeah, favorite problem. I agree with you. I agree with you. And then no hard stops. I'm kind of looking at just this 270 level to decide if I want to add, hold. Let me see. That's 2 accounts. Oof, my man is popping off. We do have a Discord, guys. The Discord link is in the description. We're actually revamping it right now to make it a little bit more user-friendly. I'd love to see the Discord more active. If you're not watching the stream, share your profits, share your charts, share your gifts. I know YouTube doesn't have gifts. We love gifts as traders. And let's get that Discord popping off. Yeah, we need them gifts. I agree. It makes it more exciting. You know, you guys can talk about the stream in there. Maybe get some more people to join. We had a good turnout for the night stream last night, starting to gain some traction, so I'm happy about that. The sauce is too good for this room not to be packed. And remember, guys, the more people in the stream, the higher chance of giveaways. Man, we did not get tapped in on that, unfortunately. We missed by 4 points, and it ran to target in one candle. All right, well, plan worked out. If you front ran me like I know some people do, good job. Let me know. Now we're just looking for a 360 break, and we can see if we can play the continuation. VWAP's right here. So this is a good spot to trim, take profit, all that good stuff. Got wicked in a 305. See, Adam knows to front run me. There's a running joke, guys. If Justin puts an order in, put it about 3 to 5 points higher, and you'll make money. I'm learning. See, yep. So we do have NFP tomorrow, so today might be a slow day. That's a good point, Marius, about volume. Market bought that Jaja up 1,000. All right, save some money. Where's my tip jar? Where's my tip jar, guys? You drop my Venmo in the chat. No, that's awesome. If anybody in the team makes money, I'm super happy about that. Was long on the rebound, but couldn't hold for bigger profit. Burned. Yeah, guys, if you got burned yesterday, it was fun. I know I mentioned in the stream, like kind of one of those. I said if I wasn't streaming, I would have walked away. We hit a 601 long. Took profit for about 50 points. Could have held, but this is just this kind of price action is take your lunch money. Like you can get in at. You can get good entries, but you still are gonna get stopped out on both sides. It just happens. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like that. All right. All right. Let's see. So, if you guys remember at the start of the stream, I said 260 to 360 is our kind of range. And it is. All right, we're in and we're up $100 quickly. I think I might just take it. Oh, too slow. Too slow. All right, that went green to red very quickly. We saw, I don't know, 20 points on that in a second. Well, so let's see what's going to happen now. I'd love to see a push pass 310, 315. If we can't do that, we're running to 270. And guys, if you take these plays with me and you see $100 on 2-3 micros in a split second, just take it. I can't stress that enough. So I'm not the most confident in the play that we popped and dropped now. It's probably going to end up being a loss. But this 270 level, remember the 300 is a little bit risky. 270 is a kind of better entry. And it looks like it's going to run right to 270. And our opening range is going to be disgusting. I'm going to take a loss here. Opening range is going to be disgusting. It might be one of those days. Close eye on chips here to see if they catch a bid to propel us. For now, they are deep red still. Nvidia is hovering around break even. So let's see what this 270 level does. We break that, we're flipping short, guys. Yep. All right. Most likely going to be looking for shorts. All right. So if you guys took those longs earlier, that's awesome. You locked in some good chunk of change. Now we just need to see if this is actually going to hold for the bears. Yep, tight zone, Chop City, agreed. Got a rounding bottom forming on the 15 and lower. I think this might be a bear day, guys. It's like I said, the 4 hour and the daily are pointing down, and it usually just takes some time for them to kind of take over. Oh man, on the 1 minute we had such a clean retest of that break. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and try a short position at 267. Back to 30K. 111. 111 is my bear target, at least short term. The daily range still has more to go. It kind of lines up with that low I'm looking at. So let's see if and I just want to be clear, it's been a very hard market to short. So like we're going against the longer trend, but it's starting to give us indication that it's time for a pullback. 2 trades with 1 MNQ, $100. I'm done. PTSD. Hey, there you go. Man, I don't know if we'll get this filled, but we'll keep it there. The 15-minute ORB is about to print, and it's going to be a pretty big candle. Oof. I just broke my next level support. All right, 15-minute candle printed, and it is it's a pretty big selling pressure candle. All right, so let's see if we get a pump into this. What was support, now we want it to become resistance. It is 60 points up, but I want to see if we get a nice push up to get us to go short. $230 is a risky entry if you want to try it. It's 230 area. And this 110 area is where I'll be looking to kind of take a stab at a long. I'd like to see something like this. Like that's what I'd love to see. This price action would be clean, and I'd love to see it. All right, there's the pushback to 230. Kind of expected that. I want to see if we're going to get this 267 entry. And if we break past 267 again and get stopped out, this is going to be a very tough day for me. Didn't quite get up to where we wanted. Let's see if we got it. Okay, all right, we're in. All right, give us the dump. Let's see. Gotta have kind of wide stops on this one. This is starting to look like a really choppy day, guys. I'd love to see it push past 244 for some real gains. All right, there's $100, guys. This kind of looks like bullish. I might have to just take some gains when I see a little drop. This is one of those days where we got to sit on the 1 minute time frame, which is not fun at all for me. Yep, she's reclaiming the level. We're going to have to flip long. If we break these that recent high again, I'll get out. We'll see. It's gonna be a very wiki day from what I'm seeing so far. Come on, get us down. Get us down. Bring us down. Bring us past 245, and we will get paid. There we go. Boom. Let's get it. Let's get it, team. Let's get it, team. All right, we're going to get out. We're going to take that. We're going to take that. I'm not messing around today. This price is looking like it wants to take my money, so I'm going to take its money. Okay, so we're green on the session now. Let me know if you took that. That was a nice play. A little squirrely for a second. But quick, 25 points? Easy money. I should have held a runner, honestly, but whatever. This price is moving quick. It's still early. I want to see this 4 hour candle print, and we'll maybe get a hold. Thank you, Jaja. News earlier about talks of Iran war being over again. I thought there was talks about it not being over. This is actually looking really good for a dump now, but it's moving so fast. I just secured the gains. All right, I'm glad we took profit on that because there would be stop loss. This is an interesting price action, guys. Dude, I hate this PA. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad we took a profit. Now longs look good. This is exactly like yesterday. When I'm flip-flopping long and short, that means the price action is just kind of trash. I'm only up 25 bucks. That's better than being red, man. Literally tick scalping to stay alive, cheeks clenched. It's funny because I know exactly what you're saying. Type of day that'll blow your account if you're chasing. Yeah, I mean it's tough, guys. It's really tough. Good day for evals. Like this is just rude. This wick right here, just rude. Cannot hold position whether long or short. Yeah, I mean this is giving me yesterday vibes, guys. Literally went from up 1030 to down 70. Oof. This is a good day to practice sizing according to the price action. If you see the price action is not ideal for holding plays, you either keep your sizing and treat it as scalps or you size down. It's a hard thing to do as a trader to identify things like that, but that's why I'm taking my money and running, guys. Being greedy, yeah. Don't trade this with funded. Good day to full port evals. Good day to full port evals. I love it. So if you're looking at my screen, you can see that both can't close above this 270. So I'm still leaning downside, but that sweep was knocked everybody in shorts out. Everybody. Impossible to hold C green, take green, even with micros. Yep. I mean, we just made $300 with 5 micros in a minute. So market buy, no stop loss. Let me know how that works out, Nacho. Sorry. Let me know how that works out. I'll let you take that one, all right? But I'm with you in spirit, you know. I'm sitting on my hands right now, guys. This is it's not something I want to touch. ES is stronger. ES is stronger. Oh, what a perfect bounce on ES. Wow. Oh, but such a tight range. This like, do you want to mess with this? And do you want to mess with this? This is 3 disgusting dojis in a row on the 15-minute. Still on the bear side though. Like we're still on the bear side. I want to see this 4-hour candle print, and I want to see us close below 270. I just don't like when price is going back and forth over key levels. Guys, if you've been chilling with us, please like, subscribe, hit that ring bell so you get notified when we go on. Remember, we get 100 people in here, we'll start doing giveaways. And I know you all love free stuff because I do too. I wager we'll still be in opening range at 2 p.m. I mean, blank, when the opening range is 215 to 370, I could totally see that. Usually it means a big move setting up. Yeah. Yep. Today, Biscuit yesterday went and got half my gains for the day back. There you go. Copy traded 5 evals and 2 funded, all 500 on each. Let's go. Good job, James. Good job. All right, this could be a breakout to the upside. Let's see. We got a bunch of 4-hour candles and stuff like we got 4 hour, 1 hour, 30-minute, and all that stuff about to close. I'm kind of leaning like longs up to the top of the range now, and I hate trading like this. I wanna like if you've been watching me, I love to catch a trend and hold, but this PA is not giving that out right now. EMAs are flatlining. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm in at 276. Beautiful. This is you got to get over 300 now. I'm not going to take a play when this hourly candle is about to close. This is just there's no direction, no continuation, no nothing right now. There you go, Rock, up on the fundeds. Let's get a 4th doji in a row. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. All right, there's a close. 4-hour close below. I am on the bear side now. It's still gross. It's still disgusting. Dow is ripping. Oh, whoa. Well, what is going on? Somebody find out what's making the Dow pop. I'm curious. Ooh, wow. That was a clean retest. Dow's boomers making money, right? Exactly. Guys, look at these 15-minute candles in a row, guys. This is bleh. So the question is now, do we do some degenerate trading and just like absolutely scalp the hell out of this range? Or do we be smart and just kind of chill? What do you guys want? You guys want degenerate Justin or you guys want a smart Justin? Smart? Okay. Let me know. We can do I can do either. Nvidia is starting to slide. Smart. All right. We'll trade smart, guys. One of these days we'll do like an eval stream and just go nuts. Sound good? AC went out. Oof. That is not fun. Yeah, that's a good point, Rock. I don't like scalping on stream because it is hard to follow. I mean, I try to place my limit orders so you guys can see them well ahead of time. But the profit taking is where it gets tough. Because if I see 25, 30 points in 2 seconds, it's hard not to just take it. About rotation sectors, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Gonna take my couple dollars, call it a day. All right, good stuff. Let's see if I can actually pick a direction, which I think will be down. Oil. Ooh. I'm confused about like oil right now because ceasefire off should mean oil go up. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting time to trade. Let's see if we can see if my magic little line just actually works. So 1 for 2 today. One kind of small loss, one pretty decent win. I would have loved to have held the short, but I would have gotten smoked. There's no holding that. Just take the money and run. All right, here's my next support around 215. This breaks, we're seeing 165, 166. And then again, my bear target for the day is 111, guys. 111. Yeah, AI Spice is running the market. I agree with you, Breezy. So, guys, do you remember how I said 4-hour candle closed below my level and we should dump? There you go. Exactly what it did. Oh. I'm yawning like crazy this morning, guys. All right, I'm gonna see if I can find a short position to get into. Let's look at this 225 area to hop into a short. This might just run to 166. We'll see. And again, 110. We'll go 111. Massive level for me. MU is just on crack, Breezy. I don't know. Yep, there it goes. Oh, that 10 o'clock short was it. I missed it. It was clean retest too. Super clean. Everybody needs to be really aware at 10 o'clock. I think there was news too, but 10 o'clock is like one of the best times to start looking for a really good directional trade. All right, there's bear target hit. Our 226 is not likely to get filled at this point. We're probably just going to run straight to 111. I want to see a little healthy pullback, and then we can probably get in and ride the momentum. And I will never mark it in on the stream with you guys because I want to be fair to you guys, and I want you guys to have time to see the entries that I'm going to get in. Bailed on short, a great area to get out of a short. That might have been the pullback. It wasn't too deep of a pullback. I'm trying to find a spot to get in right now, but there's nothing here yet. I don't really have. Oh, that actually makes sense. I'm gonna keep the 226 entry. 215 is another entry. Let's see what happens. Pretty much every time we've hit one of my levels of support, we had a crazy bounce. So it might seem crazy to keep an order up there, but they get hit sometimes. Scalping along here at 220. All right. Bulls need a Trump tweet. I'm waiting for a tweet to come out and say like, okay, talks are back on or something like that. Scalp to short, quick 100. Take Blaze issues. Bulls need to push it past 200 to get a real nice pullback. There it goes. This is a potential short area, 200. Yeah, exactly, Baca. He's long. All right, there's the 200 tap. Let's see if we get this 215, 225 so I can get into a short. And we'll see if I get burned or not. These candles are just so wicky. Can the Bears finish the job? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Job complete for me is 111. And I think they will. Oh, I'm in. Okay. That was quick. Ooh, that was a strong candle. Holy heck. I really want to stay below 233. Wow, that's some very strong bull action. There's 233. This is gonna be a loss. I'm gonna cut if we break above 250, basically. All right, we're out. This is no direction, guys. No direction. This is tough. Close 80 bucks one micro. Good job. Good job. Four evals out 25, 2600. Shut it down, man. If you're up that much, like what are you doing? Trade different accounts. This is just incredibly choppy price action, guys. Incredibly choppy. think every play that you can take today has been under like 2 minutes. So this is a bullish setup. What I look for in this is I look for a retest into about 50% of the breakout candle. So about 240 if it's going to pull back. This might have been the dip into the rip. The dip into the rip, guys. $340-ish to $170-ish zone. Yeah. It is. It was a very large zone. All right. So we're looking for, let's see, there's that 240 touch. Ideally, it pushes now. There you go. Look at that. Look at that, guys. You cannot say that that was not textbook price action right there. So now we should push out. Ideally, it is so choppy that I don't know if we will, but we should. Now that we have our established range, we can draw our fibs. If you're a scalper, if you're a like really short-term holder, you're probably loving this price action. Or like a one minute chart trader. But I'm thinking we push out now. So I'm kind of looking for longs. Although this is just such a chop area, it's going to be tough to hold anything. Get 151 to the tick. Nice. All right. All right. Let's see if we can get a play. All right. Bullish close. That's our first close over this level. So I'm going to try to get in. That 270 area is where I'm going to try to get in. And let's see if NQ wants to try to actually play nice now. Let's see, we get that choppy crap out of the way. Throw us a trend. Let us get in, ride it to 350 and beyond. To infinity and beyond, guys. All right. Just waiting to get filled. Everybody's surviving this morning. It's been tough price action. Oh, come on. Get us in. If you want to be a little risky, 280 is an entry. Up 2,000. Let's go. These wicks are dangerous, guys. All right, we're in. Quick $50, quick $100. Come on. Give me continuation. Boom. Sniped that. 20 points, guys. Sniped it. All right, now give me a hold. Give me a hold. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Boom, boom. 300. Let's pump this. Pump this to the freaking moon. All right. Boom. Let's go. Continuation. Upside. 320. 300, 320. Push it up. TP1 was hit, by the way, 300. I'm going to be greedy on this one. I want to see if we get a directional move. Oh, my God. And it's back at break even. This is a crazy day. Like that hold. I think it's definitely a see green, take green day, guys. Insane entry. Jaja, you know what I do. Let the people know what I do, man. I don't know, guys. I might just have to take this profit. This is I don't like seeing this whipsaw action. This is terrible. You re-entered twice, right? No kidding. Green is green. I agree. I mean, I should have taken that 300. This price action is killing anybody who's holding for more than a minute. If this breaks structure to the downside, I'll be very surprised. And that means just nothing's holding. Same, exit my 71 entry and re-entered. This is one of those days where you can take 150 plays. Come on, Bulls. Come on, Bulls. You got to be kidding me. Wow. Well, that's what I get, guys. This day is disgusting. Yeah, man. This needs to get back over 270. Not a day to hold. Not a day to hold. I cannot stress that enough, guys. See green, take green. Gonna do something productive? Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. This is interesting. All right. Looks like she man, as soon as I'm about to say something, it does the other thing. Trades were less than 40 seconds. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. We were up 300 within 15 seconds. I just really want to see if this plays out. It's the structure looks good. Again, guys, take your money when you want. We need a close over 280. Textbook vodka market, hold time under 1 minute. Yep, hold on time under 1 minute. This price is just moving. It's moving too fast to hold. It's moving too fast to mark it out with you guys. I don't want to say like take profit and then 2 seconds later it's red. So I'm going to hold. I want to see this baby pump. Come on, NQ. Come on, NQ. Yeah, Breezy 3-bar setup. Exactly. This is a brutal hold to watch, though. Literally. Up 30 points, down 20. All right, nice push. Get me over 300. And then 308 needs to go. All right, back to 300. If you want to take profit, take it. Let's get this. Let's get this 320 now. God, Breezy, I love that setup. I love that setup. Great hold. What a hold. Yeah, James, I'm trying. I'm trying, man. All right. This play is a ripper. It's doing exactly what we wanted to do. $320. Come on. $320. $360. Yeah, $360 is my full target, Joe Crow. But we're still in this like BS range, so just keep that in mind if you're holding with me. It's gonna easily drop back down. There we go. Let's freaking go. Boom. Target hit. I'm out. I'm out. 360 if you're in runners. I just still don't trust this enough. And VWAP's right here. Enough reasons for me to get out of that play. But let's go, guys. Let's go. Let me know if you took that play with me. Let me know. That was not a fun hold, though. I will say that. Who was sweating with me a little bit for that hold? If you were a scalper, you probably played that 3-4 times while I was in it. But hey, if you're in, just know you need to get above like 333. Over that, it's 333, 344, and then 360. Stopped out, then got back in green, still holding since 195.50. Absolute snipe, dude. Eggs in 2 here at 29. All right, looks like some people are banking over here in the chat. If you guys have trader friends, bring them in. Let's all make some damn money. So we're nice and green on the stream now. Navigating that chop earlier was terrible. But that right there was my favorite setup in the world. And I know it is one of Coach Breezy's favorite setups too. All right, there's that 333. I'll call it levels while the play plays out. That hold might have been tougher than the one you and Becky held earlier. I think Becky was only the one holding, but that one was tough because we were deep in profit and then it went pretty red. But I had some conviction in this setup, so I wanted to see if it played out. But like I said, guys, if you see 30, 40 points within a second of our entries, like, feel free to take that. I mean, where else are you going to make $300 in 1 second with micros? Jumped in the beginning, grabbed a quick 850. Let's go, Michael. Good stuff. Good stuff. So you're just the Bulls are having a little trouble with VWAP right now. I don't see why we don't push past it. Yeah, there you go. Should be like 345 then 360, and that would be full target for the 268 long, so 100 points basically. $480 take profit. Okay. 480. I love that. 480 is actually where I'm looking to go short. From 276 hold trying to get. Are you? How close are you? How close are you to passing? I'm up and out 2303. You're up $2,000. Let's go. My man is printing today. Today is eval day. Can't hold with the funded. First half hour, first 45 minutes. Ugh, gross. This now we have clean PA. Clean compared to what it was at least. As always, if it's your first time in here, let me know. Happy to spread the BluSky word. If you have any questions, I know pretty much BluSky in and out. I've been here quite a while. So more than happy to explain any questions you have. Yeah, hit the like and support the homie. Thanks, Nacho. All right, there's that 345 level. We tapped that. So 360 should hit next. You keep buying NQ around 220 and you're out all now. Oh, good stuff. Deep in profit. Now I want to see if this 320 area holds. Potential re-entry with about a 300 stop loss. 1K more to go. Well, just try not to go over the consistency again, or else you have to make more money. Which it ain't no thing, because we print here. No, my favorite setup already happened on ES as well. This setup right here. I'd be looking for a drop down to 61. See if we get a continuation. But this is a flag. I don't really like the flags. They break all the time. I want structure plays. And if you look, the reason this was great is because it held structure right there, which is perfect. Like, you don't even need lines on the chart. The way I trade, I don't even need lines on my chart. I just look a little bit to the left. Just look to the left. Price tells you what it wants to do. And like for this, if I'm in, I'm just looking for nothing to close below that level. And until it does, I'm holding. It's like the strategy I came up with. I call it trading for dummies, because I'm a dummy and I want it to be easy. That's why when the price is chopping like it was earlier, like all this stuff, I'm not the best at it. It's like I'm not the best at it. And I just don't want any part of it. Like, I want to see structural reclaims, structural holds, and like it tells you where you're going to take your entries and like where to get out at. And then you combine that with a couple other things for confluence, and it's just a recipe for profit. Truly great strategic entry and profit taking. Yeah, that's what it's all about. And guys, like, look, like, I'm just gonna show you again. Look where price ran to. The structure. It's not rocket science, guys. It's really not. Anybody trying to sell you a complicated strategy, their magic strategy, it's all BS. all you need is candles. All you need is candles. Candles and different time frame analysis. Literally, that's all you need. And I'm showing you guys like in real time, that's all you need. And then you can always expand on it. Man, I'm about to need another cup of coffee. It's only 10:30. Yeah, I might have to. I'm about out of my first cup. It's about time for some more. My adrenaline ain't pumping today. My adrenaline was pumping a little bit during that hold. It was a little squirrely for a second. I wonder what the 1 minute looks like during that hold. Yeah, this was a little questionable. But we couldn't even get a 1 minute hold under my fib, so. But we were down almost 20 points in that play. So it was a 50-point swing while we were in it. Which for NQ, I mean, it's not that much, but just testing a lot of people's patience. 1K micros, now I'm in 50 win, 50 lose scalp city. You're just taking micro trades just to trade. I know the feeling. All right, so you guys see how this structure is holding right here? This leads me to believe we're going to get another push out. I just want to go. Not anymore. I'm over it. Too whippy. Yeah, it's I agree. If you're in longs though, I mean, you should be in profit, free trade, and just holding for see about a 360 push. And okay, so this is the same exact setup as earlier. 1, 2, 3, green candle, red candle, now green candle push out. Let's see if it plays. Let's see if it plays out. And as this happens, I'm gonna get a cup of coffee. So I'll be right back. All right, we got caffeine. We are back, guys. Bulls couldn't push it out. I'm actually a little bit surprised. Um, yeah, this range is ranging, I guess. Dehydrated stream, yeah, right. Water's next. Still kind of holding. Actually, this doesn't push out. I'd be surprised. How many of you guys are over this morning's price action? I'll tell you, I was over the first 30, 45 minutes. I was not having fun. Um, kind of looking to get in around the 310 area if I want to take another play right now. Bears are stuck too, back in the 300, 325 box. Bulls trying to push out. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm still team bull right now. Man, I don't know what's with me this morning. I'm hungry. I need a double dose of coffee. I need some water. I don't like the price action. Remember, guys, 360 is this like real key level for bulls. They break over that. Smooth sailing. Yeah, and I'm not sure I have too much interest in this area. If you're holding the longs that we took at 267, I mean you're fine holding runners, but this is just starting to remind me of yesterday's price action around this time. Looks like the market is waiting for something. I mean, we have NFP tomorrow. We got a bunch of labor data coming out, so range day is on the table. I'm surprised we didn't tap that 360 area. Ranging in the 5-minute ORB. Yeah, that's true. It's very true. Got about 15 minutes left in the hour. So I'll be out of here around 11:30, and I'll be back at 1 with actually one of our community partners. We're gonna have a kind of a guest on to do a quick little interview about his trading journey, maybe catch a trade if there's anything during the down hours. But that'll be at 1 o'clock, and then at 2 o'clock, Matt has his technical lab. I think it might be on multi-time frame analysis, but don't quote me on that. And then power hour as usual. So pretty packed day here. Chop City, though, guys. Chop City. I totally forgot about the 310 entry. Would have played out pretty nicely. Yeah, this is pretty gross right here. Pretty gross. This is most likely gonna be a range day. I guess we kind of have like a channel going. Kinda. Giving money back 4 times, going long. Poop show, I guess, shave you up. Yeah, this is trappy, guys. My long area would be like 300 if you want to get into this. Double down now. I think it's a good long. Yeah, I mean, this is the long area. It's slowly melting down, but bulls are still in control. I'm not touching this area. We're smack dab in the middle of my zone. This is where I get chopped to pieces. Oh, service now the stocks. Yeah, if you guys have any tickers you want to look at, I mean, let me know. Oh, gap up today, huh? Oh, interesting chart. This can get above like 125. Should be good. Yeah, kind of at a key level. Trump bought a lot of it. Oh, well, there you go. Should have known better. Down 100 for the day. What, Dogecoin? Is that still a thing? Oh, wait, this is the cap. What? It has an animation? That's hilarious. Are people still trading this? People still... I didn't know that was still a thing. That's hilarious. But again, guys, this 480, 490 area is if bulls can get there, it's going to be a really good area to watch. It still looks good for a push out. And bears could, in fact, not finish the job. GME to the moon. All right, I'm not looking at all these crappy tickers, guys. Beyond me, not looking at that. Man, I am yawning like crazy today. Is Bitcoin still dropping? That looks like ooh, nice double bottom actually. Gets above 64,600. It could print. It's like ES and MNQ are kind of, oh no, they're not in sync at all. ES much stronger. All right, here's that 300 entry if you want to take a stab at it. I am not going to. AC is 80, been there, yeah. It's been a while, but I went a couple of days without AC. I went out and bought one of those portable ones because I couldn't deal with it. I needed to sleep. Man, I'd be at a Starbucks or something if I were you. Well, we went from complete whipsaw action to just boring chop. But we absolutely sniped that play. Life is here. I don't want her stuff. True that. Put some orders at 280, 282. Yeah, yeah. All right, this should push out. Pretty craptastic right now, guys. If we get the breakout, we should get full continuation up, 100, 200 points. But right now, it's not fun. All right, here's that 340. Remember, guys, 360 key level. Do any of you guys trade Bitcoin futures? All right, come on, Bulls. Let's do something. Hyperliquid, I've heard of that. All right, this is getting incredibly boring. Incredibly boring. We got the hour candle about to close. And we're heading to 360. Actually, this looks like a launch pad. No. All right. Full target hit for those longs. Did anybody hold? If so, great freaking hold. Great hold if you held that. That's basically 100 points. All right, this might be our confirmed breakout. Do we want to hop back in? Do we trust the breakout? What do you think, team? What do you think, team? Yeah, it is. It is a W setup. I agree. Yeah, if you held that, great patience. It hit, but it took. Let's see, 35 minutes of holding through chop. Kind of looking at a 340 long, maybe, or just a just send it at 360. Holding. Let's go, Mary. Let's go. I don't know. I want to see some confirmation first, then we'll hop in. Yesterday was just, I don't know. I didn't like yesterday. I think yesterday was my first red day since we started streaming on YouTube. It was bound to happen. But we're green today, so that's all that matters. Yesterday's gone, today's here. And the money printer is back on. Yeah, I didn't want to say that public, but yeah, I was 100% doing that. I would have been done after that 600 long yesterday. Her sounds like a cat. It's got a clear uptrend. Let's see if we can get in on here. Holding one micro on my PA account to 400. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get this man 400. Tempted to hop in. I'm going to try a long around 350. If I don't get it, I don't get it, and it's totally fine. We got half an hour left in the London session. Power hour London. So 360 is your front run entry, like right now, if you want to get it in. Might have to adjust this entry. Super clean long setup though. I should have held a runner. Whatever. I'm gonna layer into this one. We'll do a 362 entry and a 346 entry. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get our fills. We'll see. It's fine. I mean, I already made my money this morning. Now that we have an established bullish trend, it's okay to layer in aggressive entry and then conservative entry. What's a good target? 460 is my next target. It's pretty high up, but that's my next target. If like short-term targets, right here, 392, need a pump over. And then 392, 435, 463. Those are my targets. NVIDIA flipped green, by the way. That explains the pump. It was down 1% early, I want to say. So God, this is ripping. I'm not going to get my fill. All right, we're going to bump our entries up 380-ish and 360-ish. And if it doesn't pull back, I'm just not going to get into play. And it is what it is. Oh, she's just going. Yep, 460 TP. You're in. Man, that 360 break was it. Game over. 520 is my next TP too. So, but 480 off the daily chart. So you guys are all right. All of you guys are right. 460, 480, 520. If we're going off the opening kind of range, 495 is my TP. So anywhere in that area is good. This is just full sending right now, though. Absolute Hulk candle. There's that 436 I mentioned. So there you go. Oh, I'm sure we were all watching that 340 break. That was very, very obvious right here. Very obvious. But this long is playing out absolutely perfect. It had to consolidate before the springboard. This is going without me. I'm not going to get a secondary entry on this long unless I just get a nice healthy pullback. Took time for sure. Absolutely. Oh, is it down 14%? Oh, wow. Gave all that back and more. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get in on this one. If you're in, good job. Good job. All right, you're up 500 on both your funders. That's good. Yeah, see what Matt says. He will know. He will definitely know. Just passed a 50K eval in 4 days. Okay. Okay. Let's go, Drew. Good stuff. If you're requesting a payout, passing evals, passing buffers, let me know. Love seeing that. This is running a 460. I might just hop in very light. Around a 430 entry, half size. See if we can get a fill or not. All right, 15 minutes left in the London session. RTY, what's it doing? Small caps are running. Damn. Wow, look at that consolidation. Holy crap. Breakout area over 936. This thing's going to pump to the moon. Oh, God. That daily's gross. Man, we did not get picked up again. Here's that 460, guys. Good stuff if you're in. All right, target hit. Smashing bull targets, guys. Absolutely smashing bull targets. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get in, honestly. Tempted to just smash a market buy with a couple micros. You guys are making some money with us. We're trying to spread the word. Pop in the Discord, let people know. Hit us up on Trustpilot. Really trying to blow this stream up, guys. $80 pips more. Yeah, let's see if we get it. I mean, it doesn't show any signs of slowing down, Mary. All right, I'm gonna raise my entry to 448 for the last time. Let's just call it 450. Hey, Rock, green is green. Green is green. What a good day. Lost the funded yesterday, but banked on the only live account. Let's go. Let's go. Good stuff. You guys want to do me a solid? Post your profits in the BluSky Discord. Let's show everybody that what they're missing out on. If this one doesn't get filled out, I don't know. I might as well just log off. All right, we are in. Quick $50. This is kind of the time of the day where I just want to make some gas money. Let's see if we can push over 463. Get the continuation. Come on, give us the push. Push it out. Just push it. All right, 463. Can we push out? No, we cannot. All right, let's try again. Let's see, 530. That would be nice. Got about 10 minutes left in the London session, guys. Let me know in the chat if you're green. I love seeing people make some money. It's like bulls are running out of gas here. Can they do it? All right, we're chilling at break even. Come on, give me some lunch money. Don't tell me I got in when we're just going to chop. I mean, it kind of makes sense. We've expanded so much in the last 20 minutes. I'm going to cap this loss at $100. I don't want to give too much back. Hopefully it doesn't get there. We'll see. It looks like it's starting to slide, though. Might be a good short scalp. All right. I'm going to go ahead and just take the L. That was a chasing play, and I got what I deserved on that one. This looks like it's going to drip back down to where I originally wanted to get him. That's probably going to be my last play unless something happens in the next few minutes. Overall green on the stream. Caught a really nice long. I think this is the area where scalping opportunities are going to present itself, or you're just holding. There's right back to entry. Classic. That was a really good hold by the Bulls. Got stopped out by about 1 point. I might have to just get back in and ride this with you guys. Can't close over 463 though. I really want to see that for the Bulls. Yeah, they did. They did. They did do me very dirty. I literally got stopped out by like a point. No. I think tempted to get back in. It's just looking a little questionable right here. $460 areas, London's open. Yeah, I mean it's a key level for sure. Yeah, it is London's open. Mary, unfortunately, no. That would violate the terms. Back to the Brits. I mean, so it's based on whatever your ID says. That's where we like do payouts and stuff. So if you have an ID and a proof of residence somewhere where it's allowed, then you're good. Unfortunately, there's not really a workaround around that. That doesn't mean you can't hang out with us. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get a training, guys. This is probably it. Any last minute questions before I get out of here? Take a break, and I'll be back at like 1 with a guest. I think you'll like him. I've known him for a while. He's been around the trading space for a long time, and has some cool things going on that we can talk about. Must be rough streaming. It used to be. I've been doing it for years, like 4 or 5 years. It is really really tough though. I forget sometimes that it's not easy, and then I just like, hey, you want to stream with me? And I just forget that it's not a normal thing. The secret is just act like nobody's watching. Streaming's actually made me a better trader though. Having eyes on me, not just doing stupid trades just to do them. Although I still do it sometimes, but all right, little drip. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get a trade. So again, guys, remember to like, subscribe. We do have the flash sale going on, the Tea Time flash sale, code Tea Time. Check that out. I need to start streaming then. Yeah, I mean, I know people that record themselves. It seems silly, but if you go back and watch it, and you're like, "What the hell are you doing?" But yeah, team, everybody go grab some lunch, do what you need to do, get some work done, possibly if you have a job. Um, it definitely helps to be exposed as opposed to degenning in the privacy of your own dom. Exactly. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I'll see you guys back here at 1 with a special guest, and it's gonna be more of a kind of interview, kind of thing. Maybe if we see a trade, he'll catch one with us. But yeah, if you want to hear about another trader's journey, join us at 1. Until then, I'm gonna go get some lunch, and I'll see you later. Thanks for joining.
Hey guys, welcome to Psychology Lab. It's Becky here. I'm happy to be here with you guys. Uh, how's everyone's day? How's it going? Just gonna type in the chat and say hello. Welcome back. How's everyone? Guys, got some good trades this morning. It was a very interesting morning. With the little pullback and then some longs. The market is bullish, remains bullish. There's a little pullback. Anyway, always interesting, right? Okay, well, let's talk psychology, huh? Because that's a key part of our growth as traders. I have experienced, and I know that's true for a lot of the traders. Nearly all that I have encountered and worked with have been, everyone learns a technical skill, and then they have to figure out kind of the deeper layers of what consistency and success looks like after you get a fundamental lockdown. And so that's kind of where we're at, and how I kind of approach these psychology labs is what topic can we discuss that really will help us all be more productive and more, lock in that green on the charts. And so that's so important. And so today was actually a suggestion from one of our traders, Mary. She is in the live streams regularly. She's in the Discord here at BluSky. And so I really love when I get suggestions, because then it helps me like figure out where we're at in our headspace, and what can help you will help me, will probably help everyone else. It's like, when you're in class, like this is early years in trading are equivalent to college to become a successful, profitable day trader. And so when you're in the early phases of that, like it's strongly encouraged to ask questions and kick things around and say what's on your mind, because, that old adage is true that if you're thinking it, probably a lot of people are thinking it and working through it on their own. And I am very grateful to be in the position to be able to have these conversations with you guys and just talk about what is happening in our experiences as growing day traders, and how we might be able to lock in. So I hope Mary pops back in today, because I love this topic she brought up. So the conversation today is going to be about understanding ourselves, like knowing who we are and how we can make our trading work for our best good, right? Our most successful outcomes, and allowing it to play to our strengths and diminish the implications of our weaknesses, sort of, building a system that really works with who we are so that we can embrace it and fully like achieve our highest potential. And so I think that there's like deep layers to this. Like when she made the suggestion, I was all about it, because there is so many layers that we can unpack with this that are kind of driving our energy that we bring to the charts. And so let's, I love getting into the layers of what is going to cause significant change for us. So let's do that. I mean, today is it's a BluSky Psychology Day, and so early in the week is a great time to have these conversations as well. I think that that's all good things will happen from this. So let's do it. The question that changes everything. Okay, how many of you have found a strategy that worked, only to find yourself unable to consistently follow it? Anybody? Because I have. I have absolutely found consistent strategies that work well, and right, they are established. They come from mentors. They come from profitable traders who have been locking in greens for a long time. And so when we see those opportunities, and we see other traders making money, you think, I can just adopt that strategy. I can back test it. I can understand it. And then boom, like profitability, right? That's the goal. That's the mission. That's what we are pushing towards. So what's the deal? Like, why are we not all profitable if there's, multitude of consistent strategies out there that bring profits? Well, where is the breakdown, and how can we target that so that we can instead like pivot and grow and achieve greater success? And so I think that the common assumption, which is certainly how I approach trading in my early, years, is that when my strategy was really fine-tuned, when I really understood view up and moving averages and supply and demand, that's when the money would flow freely and endlessly and with multiple zeros on the end. But that's not always how it goes down. Okay. That's why we have the psychology lab. That's why these conversations exist in the trading world, because it's not exactly how it always goes down. There is a deeper truth underneath of that. And that a lot of times a strategy is only as good as the person executing it. And if it feels out of sync with who you are and how you behave, how you see things, how you're trying to use risk, put risk on, take risk off, if that is misaligned, then it's always going to be like swimming uphill, like paddling uphill. It's like going against your grain. And so it's not going to be as fluid as it could be to have like beautifully growing profits, right? That makes sense. So you can have a profitable strategy and good risk management, which is a part of that strategy, right? It has to be. You can have a strong understanding of market context and how it moves and how value migrates and what it looks like to be in a trend. But then the sabotage comes in. That's where everyone kind of can fall on their face, right? If you don't always act consistently in alignment with that plan. So, what's the problem? Our psychology is fighting the system can absolutely be a situation where who you are is countering what you're trying to do. And so then it gets very, very messy. And so, what I want to talk about today is basically this: how can we adjust everything, understand ourselves at the deepest levels, and then make it all cohesive so that we can lock in? The unconscious is powerful, right? I don't know if you guys have done much research into this or looked into it. I'm going to talk a little bit about some research today, but the subconscious is a boss inside of every one of us, right? It's a positive energy, it's a force underlying what we are doing. It kind of helps to run and manage our trades. And so it has to be given credence and understanding and energy for that. Now, Carl Jung is an important person out there in the world who speaks to stoicism and personal growth and psychology. This quote from him: until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. So that is basically getting to the heart of like, there is deeper layers of it, and we can choose to dig into those and try and understand them as part of our subconscious, unconscious, so that we can start to have some power and work with it instead of fight it. Or we can just, call it what may, call it fate, call it just what's going to happen. The chips will fall where they may. Well, I don't know. Maybe let's unpack that a little bit and see if there is something underneath of that we can have, some potentially greater control over, right? I think a lot of traders will lean into fixing results by refining their edge. But what if the real work is more internal, right? What if that is what changes everything once you get your strategy locked in? I think that that's true. And I think that's why we've had some really good conversations here at the Psychology Lab related to that. So, hey, Fatima, nice to see you. So today we're going to dig into that, how the unconscious psychological patterns can shape our decisions that we encounter on the screens. Mary, I already gave a nod to you, girl, because the subject is brought to us by you. So thank you for the suggestion. I'm super happy to have had it. I really actually very much love suggestions for these psychology labs. So cheers to that. So that's what we're going to do. Actually, exactly that is we're going to explore our subconscious, unconscious psychological patterns that are having a large contributory factor to our decisions when we are at our charts, and how we can work with that to be more powerful. Okay, so let's start here. The trader you think you are versus the trader you actually are. Is that something you guys think about? Like who we believe we are to be, but then the reality sometimes speaks a different tune. When we look at our journal and our outcomes, the end of the week, we review what happened. So let's unpack that, right? Most traders know goals. We know account size. We know where we're trying to move through time, right? Through our energy and what we're bringing to the charts, what we would like to build as day traders. We also know setups. We know, buy and supply. We know, mean reversion. We know breakout trades. You have favorite setups. You have A+ setups. You have B setups that you just have to work through. And then we know preferred time frames. Like these are things that we've locked into, we have studied, we back tested, we have notes on, we have an understanding of. So that is concrete. That is something that we feel like we can lean into. But what about, here's where it gets different, right? Here's where the variability comes in. And not every trader even thinks about these things because you don't know that you need to until you know that you need to. But a lot of us don't think about early in our trading career that what our emotions will be under pressure. When the market starts moving, it starts going against you, your P&L is dipping, you are encountering some resistance and some potential struggles on the charts. What's going to happen with your emotions? Where is your underlying programming going to go to that is going to feed how you manage that trade? A lot of times this can be kind of deep wounds. And so like parts of our life that have nothing to do with trading, but have poked at our internal sense of worth and identity and belief in where we're going and status quo of where we've come from. Well, we understand money to be worth and how it can be used or not used and have to be squeezed coming into our world, what it feels like to be under financial pressure. All those things, I don't think that a lot of people have to think about when you're not putting this kind of pressure on in terms of day trading and you're seeing the immediate like positive or negative outcome of those situations. So I think that those are big things that it's important to kind of uncover. Also, like the hidden motivations for trading is a big factor as well. You know, are you genuinely just a practitioner and you want to understand the market movement and see if there's potential here? Or is it like a largely driven by a financial money mindset type situation that may or may not be super healthy until you give it some attention and some fine tuning? So what are the motivations? What are the underlying wounds? What are our emotions going to play at? Those things are really a big deal about what happens on the charts. But that is a deeper layer of who we are that is not always focused on and kind of given the time to be understood and supported in a way that helps us kind of break some barriers and break through where there could be a pressure point at. And so a gap on, you know, you might have this great strategy, but you have the psychology that you're kind of trying to ignore because that's really deep, hard, complicated, weird work that you're not really into it. You'd rather just focus on the strategy and the money should come. But that disconnect can really lead to a very long period of complication and struggle. And so that's why it kind of blowing it open sometimes is rough for a period, but you can find deeper layers that you need to work on managing that can really be a game changer. So why do you really trade? Let's start with that. We just kind of start somewhere with this topic, right? So when traders are asked why they trade, the first answer is almost always like surface level. It's conscious. It's the obvious one, but it's generally not the real one, like the deep internal underlying one. So I love this. I heard this exercise a long time ago about figuring out your why can be surface level, but it can be so many layers deeper. So if you just start asking yourself and then going one more why deeper, you know, the surface level is like financial freedom, right? I want to travel. Ooh, we're going to get into the wound part. Hang with me, Mary. That's like deep important. So I'm gonna promise I'll get you. But so autonomy is freedom from the control, right? We want to have financial freedom. We want to be able to make our own income. We want to not have to clock in and out for our job. There's no boss. You don't have to report to anyone when you're trading, unless it's like you and your partner maybe, or your bank account. But you have a lot of autonomy, financial freedom, so that you can be economically independent without having to, again, clock in and out. Those are a little more surface level, but they start to get deeper as you go on. But the actual driver isn't always money. It might be autonomy, validation, self-worth, recognizing that distinction changes everything about how you design and follow your system. And so I think when you can say, I want financial freedom, but why? Well, I've never had financial freedom. I have come from a home that was just barely making it through. And I didn't come with a lot of gifts and ability to travel and nice things in life. And that sounds amazing. But why does that sound amazing? What do you think you need? Well, maybe I've always felt like I was less than others. And I never felt great about the fact that I didn't have what some other families had. And I was always jealous of that. Well, what do you want to do with trading that would bring you out of that? Like, how does that make you feel? Well, I want to feel like I'm worthy of all the good things too. Like, I want to feel like I have more in me. I'm worth more. I can create a bigger world that the other people maybe had more easily. I want to build it for myself. So you see how going deeper, like, gets into like more of the heart of like what you could really feel about financial independence, what it could mean, what it could expose in who you are and what you are driven to achieve beyond just the trips and the ability to, you know, freely peruse different car models. So yeah, self-worth, I think, underlies a lot of that when we start getting into what it means to have true financial freedom. That's why we're getting deeper into these identity wounds there, Mary, is because when you start digging into the why behind surface level on all psychology questions, it gets less comfortable and exposes more about who you really are at your core. And that the who we are at our core is what creeps through in moments of pressure. That's what creeps through when we're in a drawdown, when we're in a tilt situation and we have to decide whether to feed the tilt or to walk away. those underlying wounds and like whys and driving motivations for all that we're doing is what is kind of deep inside there. And when you really feel the pressure, that's what seeps out, because your frontal lobe, where you have the focus and the ability to be logical, gets given less energy the deeper you get into an emotional high pressure situation, such as upside down in a trade or in beautiful profits in a trade as well. So those are a big deal. I think the hidden motives that shape trading behavior, most people often trade to meet psychological needs that they haven't consciously identified. Again, that's where we're going at today. So these motives don't disappear, but instead they surface through behavior because they're not obvious. You have to really have some quiet time and think about and maybe journal out, like, what is my why? And if you get to a why, what is the why behind that? And then you peel back the layers of the onion on that. And doing some focused work like that will expose these, underlying layers, but they are usually not consciously identified early in a trader's career or until you really kind of poke at it. And so, what could be there, right? And so, a validation, needing the market to confirm your intelligence or your worth. That's that self-worth kind of thing playing into there. The market can be really validating. When you start learning a system and you talk to other traders and you start locking in good trades, it can be such a boost for who you are and where you're going and what you are worthy of in terms of finance or credibility or momentum or prestige in this industry. That can be something that you didn't think about. It could just be early. You want money to travel and you want to see if you can do this thing. But then once you start getting into it, the drive to persevere when it gets hard, that comes from something deeper. And this validation could be a key point. Also, control. So seeking certainty in inherently uncertain environments. Now, there is a lot of variability in life, in adulting, in once you get past childhood and early adulthood, the teens and the early 20s, you start to figure out, like, my life is going on. My life is progressing. Like, what does that look like? What is my experience? What could I have control over? Where could I take it? Where am I stuck? That is a sort of control over our lives that not everyone seeks to have and is not super tangible if we don't purposefully pursue it. And so that is a sort of situation where, like, there is a lot of uncertainty and a lot of things could be taken out of our hands in terms of you're an employee and you need this pension and you need this health insurance and you need you need to work your hourly hours so that you get this paycheck so that you can afford to do this and blah, 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 XYZ. You get kind of stuck in a rat race. But if you want to pursue, bigger things, there's a control element of, like, can I control it? Can I not? There's uncertainty up there. What does that mean? And then if you're seeking control, but it's still uncertain, then if you squeeze it too tight, it's just going to blow up harder too. And so what our connection is to needing control is a big driver as well for a lot of people. Some people really need that. And so in moments of uncertainty, it gets dangerous because you start making haphazard choices. You start making emotional choices to grasp back that control instead of being a little bit more fluid with the uncertainty that is kind of in the backdrop of what trading is. We can't always lock in certain outcomes, but accepting that, it takes a choice. So recognition, trading for social status or to prove something to others. That's a tricky one, and it's a slippery slope because it's easy, right? Trading is obviously, we're online on YouTube right now, right? Online on BluSky TV. Seeking recognition is a very real thing that you can get into in trading. And it depends on what communities you're in, what rooms you're in, who you have learned, who you have met. If that's a part of the vibe of a place where you're at, is to want to seek the recognition or a status or being able to, post XYZ each day, that can drive you to make certain choices. That can drive you to not take a loss because you don't want to show a red P&L, or to trade minis when maybe you're not totally ready because other people are trading minis and so you want to be like them. That can be a dangerous situation in terms of, like, trying to fit in or one up or look great instead of really locking into good trading. And so those are different energies that you can bring to your trading. And seeking recognition can make sense, if you haven't had it or you've had recognition in other areas of your world. Maybe you had a second career and you really were a high achiever, well recognized and well supported, like sought after as a resource in that environment. And so then when you come to trading and you're new, you're like, no, I'm a boss. I'm really good at what I do. Like I succeed. People look to me for advice. That can carry over. But when you haven't had a really robust, consistent system for quite some time, it's harder to seek that earlier, but that can be a driving force for the way that you behave on the charts. Now, throughout today, I just want to say, with each of these topics, I'm kind of just some of these are going to be more powerful for us and some of these are going to be less powerful for us because we're all made up a little bit differently. So I wanted to seek the main ones that impact most of us and kind of talk about them independently. And then as you guys are listening, just think about what your experience is and how it has potentially played into your trading. What speaks to you more might speak to someone else a little bit less. And so we just need to find the parts that really kind of make sense with our journey and our experience. And then, get the information from that and allow it to help us like strengthen who we are as traders. That's the whole point of this. Because with psychology topics, it's massive, right? The way that our brains work is like so variable. And so my role here talking about like one subject, I kind of talk about it from different angles. So that way you can hear it all and then see which one strikes the nerve most in your energy. And then those down along that line is going to be the most helpful is how I see it anyway. Now, freedom also escaping a situation rather than moving toward a goal. So sometimes we seek the charts to feel some kind of way, whether it's freedom from your job, you have the autonomy here and you're irritated by an obnoxious boss over there. And so this is a freedom for you to just do you and to like potentially build something impressive that is on you. A retail day trader, like we hold the responsibility of our outcomes. And so that gives you the space to like do you, like believe in what you are trying to achieve and lean into that freedom that trading can provide. Instead of just like, if I make $400 a day, then it can do this. And it's like a really business model strategy, just seeking kind of almost an escape into that freedom can be good and bad. Like there's deeper layers of freedom, I guess is what I'm saying is, it can be used for a positive energy for the freedom that you're trying to create for your family. And then have that be a factor behind a business model and a strong strategy that you adhere to versus just seeking almost the privacy to just do what you want to do. And I think that part of that underlines a lot of us retail traders approaches, but it has to be contained within its place, understood, given the, respect that it deserves as part of our situation. But the priority has to be strong executions in order to make money because there's just too much leverage in the world of trading. There's too much ability to lose money. You know what I'm saying? Carl Jung again, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that's why I think these conversations are so valuable because trading is a beautiful opportunity, like really incredible, massive, like overwhelmingly positive opportunity for us. And it can help us give an avenue of becoming who we really are. It can expose our deepest like wounds and identity layers. And then we can work with them, grow with them. If we find something deep within us that feels like an unstable wound, something that is hurting and that expresses itself on the charts in and potentially a negative way usually, then if you approach that and you try and heal that and then adjust it and make sure you're giving it credence as a part of who you are that made you and brought you to this point and working with it as you move forward, it's so powerful. So I love that quote. Okay, so the drivers behind this, right? Let's keep knocking through this. Many behaviors that look irrational from the outside are psychologically logical from the inside. So they're not mistakes necessarily. They're a response to unmet needs. And that's where I'm talking about like the deep needs within us that we don't always recognize. If our executions, our outcomes are kind of trying to meet that need without asking us permission first, it can play out on the charts. And so we want to recognize those. Now, this is a different way of looking at similar things that we just covered. So I'm just going to cover it in a slightly different way because maybe it will like help just kind of experience it and understand it. So one of these is definitely the need for certainty. So over analyzing, freezing on entries, waiting for one more confirmation. The market threatens uncertainty and the brain seeks safety. And so these situations, this is where you kind of have more of the like hesitant profile on your charts where you see your setup and you just wait. You're just not sure. You're not sure if it's quite there. One more confirmation would make you feel better. And then all of a sudden it starts flying. And that's really frustrating. So that need for certainty could be a part of deeply underneath of like you want to feel safe and you want to make sure that you're making the best choice. And this has to be super logical and smart and it has to be a good investment for your money. And so then you kind of hesitate with that. And so that seeking that safety is something you kind of want to recognize and give support to and space to, and allow that to be a part of who you are, but then work with it in terms of targeting. Then in that situation, you want to target decreasing hesitancy in those sort of behaviors with active choices. A need for significance is another one. So oversizing positions, chasing home runs, the losses can become identity threats. So this is where you're like less comfortable in taking the hits, and you give it more room. You will average into a loser because you don't want to take that loss, because you want to feel really positive with who you are and what you have going on. And so the losses can become threatening, not just financially, but also to your worth and your core. And so that can create these type of like more aggressive sort of behaviors on the charts. The need for control. So that would be like moving stops, interfering with trades, kind of monkeying trades, squeezing trades, overriding your system. That's where if the uncertainty feels intolerable. You want to be in charge. You want to make this work or not work, and it has to look like this. And so if that uncertainty really bothers you and you need to have control over your situation, it's going to play over in these certain ways on the charts, interfering with your trades and overriding your system that you have defined. If it says you get in here, then you get out there, but instead you get out here because you just don't like XYZ and you want to. So over managing could be a sense of an underlying need for more control, which is something to kind of know and give respect to in your life. Similarly, the need for achievement, which sounds really positive, right? Like achievement, high achieving, like making that great P&L, making those outcomes, that's the goal, which it still should be. But if you lean too heavily and the winning is expected and it needs to happen, then you can also not take the losses and not let it happen over time, but instead you can put pressure on doing it faster so you get the rewards. Your standards keep rising. You're not satisfied with the $300 that got you to a payout by making $300 consistently. Instead, you are more so forcing bigger outcomes to make sure that you are achieving higher metrics instead of staying stagnant or whatever, even though it's just allowing your system to catch up with you, which that can lead to burnout because you're constantly increasing the pressure that you're carrying on yourself, and it makes it harder and harder and harder. And that is definitely a recipe for tilting. So realizing if you can kind of dig into any of these behaviors that are in the starting of each of these boxes, the oversizing or moving stops, if that is a behavior you see on your trading, then the title of this could be kind of an underlying subconscious need and driver for you, which is a part of all of us, right? These are the psychological energies for all of us. And so what drives people is not what they know, but what they need. And I love that quote by David McClellan, because driving forces are not always understood. It's not always logical. It's not always mathematical and scientific, especially when you're doing something as day trading. It's the psychological element is very, very real. That's why we have these conversations. That's why the psychology topic is so big in trading, because, when your strategy isn't holding you and you're struggling, there's a psychological underpinning to that. And so figuring out what that need is that is coming through your trading and out in your executions, identifying that and working with it is such a powerful choice in terms of targeting the need versus the way it plays out in the charts, which is why I love this conversation so much, that we can dig into this. Oh, where's my mouse? Self-awareness is a performance multiplier. You guys heard the term self-awareness? You guys are kind of sleepy in the chat. Hope you're just enjoying listening to me keep carrying on. But self-awareness is a really powerful tool. So there's research behind this. This is why I'm going to nerd out with you guys on science a little bit, because I like to do this every time we get together. But a lot of the way that I think about the topics that we bring here today is like, is there psychological research that supports what's going on in our brains and how we can work with it? And there is such psychological research behind this topic. So this one research study found that while most people believe they are self-aware, only a very small minority actually demonstrate when it's objectively measured. So they figured out like objective tests to figure out what your self-awareness level actually is. And for people who thought they were really self-aware, it was actually a very small number that played across and made it through that test, showing true self-awareness, which is so interesting, right? I think we oftentimes say, of course I'm aware. Like I know who I am. I know how I show up. I know my strategy. But the layers beneath that, I think, is where the real money is at, so to say. Self-confidence in self-knowledge is in itself a blind spot. So in trading, blind spots can be really expensive, right? If we don't know, we don't know, or we don't know the underlying issue that is holding us back, there's so much risk there, because you're basically not really exposing and really dealing with the biggest thing at hand. And so studies in emotional intelligence consistently do confirm that self-awareness is the foundation for self-regulation. And self-regulation, you guys, that's where we want to live. That's where we need to lock into being able to recognize what our minds and our emotions and our psychology need, so that way we can regulate and make the right choices in the moment. Self-awareness is the foundation for self-regulation. So that's where I want to talk about. Self-awareness is super, super a powerhouse for us. You can't manage emotions if you don't recognize them, if you don't call them out of the shadows, if you don't name them and say, I am feeling XYZ, probably that means this is the risk and I maybe should walk away. I'm feeling really stressed and anxious and I'm very uncomfortable in this position. Probably that means you should close it because you're no longer operating super focused and like front brain mode. So before asking, how do I stop revenge trading? This is where I want us all to think of, what is revenge trading trying to satisfy within me? Am I trying to regain control or restore self-worth after having a bender on the charts, reducing discomfort? What underneath of what I am experiencing am I trying to like fix right now by getting back in this trade, by forcing my P&L to go green because I don't want this red day? What else is there? Are you having some concerns at home? Are you worried about money? Are you worried about making it so that your status stays up or what have you, depending on where you put your energy when you're not on the actual charts? James Clear is one of my favorite authors because the book Atomic Habits is fire. One of his quotes is, awareness precedes control. So if we are aware of what's going on, that's how we get the control that we desire. By understanding all the aspects of especially our psychology on trading, understanding that what we are experiencing makes it less vague, makes it a real thing, makes it like, data on the charts. It's data in our brains. So then with that, we can build the control out of that because we have shined our lights brightly on our emotions. And so then we know, then we can create a strategy anyways that says, if I am heavily in this emotion, this is what I ought to do. And that puts it into your strategy book, in your playbook, as example of how you're trading a breakout trade. Well, how do you manage sadness and sleep deprivation? Probably should be taking a day off, right? Going for a walk outside instead. Thanks, Fatima. Okay, so let's discover our trading operating systems. Okay, so this is where every trader has a psychological operating system running beneath the surface. The goal isn't to become someone else, especially you see someone out there in the charts, you see how they're executing, you see how they're living, you see what they're putting forth in their energy for their trading outcomes. The goal shouldn't be to become them. Instead, I think what is the most powerful is coming into alignment with who we already are. Who is Becky? What drives me? What do I really want? What scares me? What makes me want to squeeze my trade? What makes me want to go all in and throw caution to the wind? Like, what parts of me come out in those moments? And then what do those parts need? How can I manage them? How can I settle them so that I can really treat trading as a business? So for each of us, I think that we can do some things with that. These are questions that will help us get deeper into knowing thyself, understanding who you are, who I am bringing to my charts, who it is that sits down with access to the mouse to click the buttons. So what emotion do I struggle with most? Is it fear, frustration, boredom, greed, impatience? And if you guys want to screenshot this and just take it for part of your journaling exercises tonight or tomorrow, or when you have peace and quiet and you want to really spend an hour thinking about your psychology and how you want to like really lock it in, because hello, we want fat payouts. And if you want a fat payout, spending an hour on psychology once a week is a really strong choice. I'm just saying, I'm not saying because I'm a psychology coach. I'm just saying because I like the payouts also. So screenshot this and then use this as an exercise. But what emotion do I struggle with most? These are some suggestions. It could be anything. Just kind of go inward and like let that question sit in your mind for a moment and think about what is the strongest force for you that gets you into trouble. Another question to ask to get kind of into the heart of your core is, what emotion am I actively avoiding? So failure, rejection, powerlessness, embarrassment. by asking ourselves these questions when no one is there, when you're not in psychology lab, when you are by yourself with a pen and paper, it pokes at a part of ourselves that it's less comfortable. It's not super fun to poke at this part of ourselves and to expose what maybe our red days look like underlying our hearts and our experiences and our energy at our core. Maybe something from our childhood kind of fed into this situation that is deep inside of each of us. But if you can say, I am avoiding failure and rejection because at some point in my life, like, I had massive experiences with failure and I had to dig my way out and it was terrible and I hate that time of my life and I'm not going back there. So maybe in your charts, you're avoiding taking a snap out, you're avoiding a small red day or not averaging to a loser because that loser would feel like failure. You see how it kind of can be like, oh, shoot, like that does really sting. That certain experience really stings for me. And it's because it has stung before and I don't want that anymore. If that's the case, we'll talk about what we can do with that, right? But I think first digging into your own psychology, your own experience in this life to figure out where your soft spots are is a big deal. Another question, what does winning mean to me? So money, proof, validation, freedom, safety. The meaning shapes the motivation. So what a positive outcome on the charts means, what it will provide to me that I need, that kind of creates an awareness also in your situation of I need money. So like you need to make sure you're backing off and you're position sizing for longevity and to be able to get your accounts to hold through a period and get to the payouts phase. If it's validation, maybe if it's for a good way and it's like in a safe, inviting, supportive community, such as our great one at BluSky, then you can continue on. But if you find yourself in rooms where it's constantly trying to like one up each other and like people are talking smack about someone who gets a red trade or whatever, don't do that. Like you need to tune out anything that is putting more pressure on these things that are dangerous for you, such as constantly seeking to be the best in a validating situation. Another question to put into your potential journaling opportunity on this is, what does losing mean to me? I was wrong versus I am wrong. This distinction is kind of a big deal. So when you are in a losing trade, do you think I was wrong on that trade? It's not going to work out. That support didn't hold. I need to take this hit and see what else is going on. Maybe I'll look at this. If ES is being obnoxious, let me look at NQ or gold. That trade just didn't work. My long opportunity was wrong. Versus I'm wrong. Like I can't get this trading. Like I don't understand why I show up every day and I'm trying to win and I'm just wrong on the charts. Like if it's about you versus about the trade idea and the data that's printed, those are different energies and they can really kind of hurt a little bit if you make it so personal in terms of your worth and your experience and your ability to be a trader versus let each trade stand alone. We all come to the charts. We make an analysis on the market. We make a thesis on what it might happen. We have a plan for what our best trade would be, and then we execute. And so if that trade doesn't work out, that's the natural variance of being a trader. Like there is no 90, 100% traders. That's a lie. And so if our trade is wrong, that just needs to be that trade was invalidated. I can't wait for another opportunity that maybe will be better and then I can make it up. And it's not a big deal because the loss was mitigated. It was kept small and within reason for my account. So that containment, I guess, of the risk is like really, really helpful for our mental stability, right? Yeah, Reno, thanks for being here, friend. All right. So what about this statement for yourself too, guys? This is the journaling page, right? And so have this as part of this experience for you as well. When I lose money, the story I tell myself is. Now, this really plays into this last question I just covered as too. What does losing mean to me? So when I lose money in trading, what does that mean? I don't want to tell my spouse. I'm worried about paying my rent. I can never make this. It's been 2 years in and I'm still not making a damn profit. So I guess I just suck. Like if that is what it tells you, there is psychological work to work on. These questions need to be explored every week until you really kind of get to the raw heart of them. And then you can start to heal those and think about what you could do differently in your daily actions, in your approach to the markets that contains that emotion while you maybe work through it in other ways that we can talk about as well. But if instead, when I lose money in trading, the story I tell myself is That trade didn't work out because support didn't hold. So maybe we're actually having a bearish day. Let's see what my larger time frames show. Let me pull back. Let me, phone a friend, see what Waji is thinking on the charts right now, see what Fatima is thinking on the charts. Like it looks like it might have rolled over. No wonder my long didn't work. Factual, business, on the charts, data driven, not underlying emotional validation, right? It's quite a different situation. And I think that each of us is going to find some answers in this journaling that is emotional, that is deeply psychological, and that deserves a little bit of love and attention and support for where we're trying to go. So how do we lock it in, right? Designing a system around who you actually are. So we talked a lot about kind of blowing up and getting to the heart of who we are as traders. What do we do with that information? That doesn't sound fun, does it? Well, it's not always going to be fun, to be honest. It actually might be really hard at times to kind of get to the heart of it makes me think about this period earlier in my life when I had these really rough things happen to me and I didn't like the outcomes, and I've been working really hard to move in the right direction. If that happened to you, that's not going to be a super fun thing to relive. But the point of it should be powerful. It should be, what can we figure out that we ought to make sure we're giving credence to in our current world? So are you the type that hates uncertainty? So mechanical rules and lower discretion tend to work better, right? If you hate uncertainty, then make your system really black and white. I want to only entertain a trade if I see this candle pattern and this is the breakout, this is my trigger, this is how I get in, and my risk is always at this point, under this level, what have you, whatever your system is for risk management, ATR or a point system or a candle closure. Having hard rules will help kind of manage if you're the type of person that is really uncomfortable with uncertainty. Maybe you had a lot of uncertainty earlier in your life and you just need to feel safe. Well, create an ironclad system. I think that that's an excellent idea. Systematize the decision so it's not emotional. So you don't feel as if there is uncertainty and you don't know what you're going to do with XYZ. Systematize it and that's the type of person who really will thrive with a really consistent, hard, black and white system that they can refer to at any point. Will really be helpful. Now, what if you're the type who have found that you thrive on flexibility and you want that freedom and that autonomy? So then structured discretion and context-based decision-making may fit better with guardrails, not rigid rules. This is me. If I had to think about everything on screen right now and who I am as a trader, when I was putting this together, I was sort of, every time I put together a psychology lab as a side note, it makes me think about my whole self. My life, my psychology, my emotions, my trading, my most recent trading day, my experience as an evolving trader. And so I always am like, I should think about that. And when I was doing this slide to kind of think about where we can go with this is who I am. I really prefer flexibility and fast choices, and I can switch teams in a given day, no problem. I can switch instruments. I want to be able to see a lot of things and make quick choices. I can get into trouble there. I can do a lot of executions and stuff that way, but I know that for me, I'm comfortable there. I like taking the data quickly. That's why that's why I've gravitated to day trading versus swing trading and long-term investing. I want the action. I want to make quick choices. I want to be challenged in that way. That fits with who I enjoy. That fits with part of my internal structure that works well. And so I want my system to cater to that, because if I try to follow strict rules, there will be a point where I'm like, nah, F those rules. I'm not doing it. It's annoying and I don't feel it anymore. But if my system instead is has structure and has a basis and has a clearly delineated A+ strategy and setups, and then I have a little bit of discretion around those. When I see a certain level acting as resistance and I'm starting to get some energy there and I'm starting to get some closures, I need to have some discretion and some context behind my choices. And then I can take a trade without it being a perfect setup. In some ways that probably feels terrible to other people. So traders that really need some certainty in their life, they're like, you're just a gambler. I think it's gray. And I think we each have to know who we bring to the charts and how we thrive, because it's different for us. And so if you really like that flexibility, I do best when I have a structure and a system that I'm working on trading, but I give myself a little bit of wiggle room, because then I'm not fighting myself with it. I'm instead saying, you really need to see XYZ. And if you're going to trade before you get more confirmations, You have to start with a small position. And then as the confirmations come in, then you can add. That is one way that I directly manage as part of myself, and something that I had to learn over time of going full size at the beginning will sometimes take me out full size very fast, and my trade could work, but not before I'm not stopped out first. So allowing myself that flexibility looks like leveraging down in the beginning until more confirmations come in. This is an example of knowing thyself and adjusting your trading entry criteria to fit with that. Does that make sense? No rigid rules for this personality, because that can make them fight the system harder and just really just throw it all out the window and go rogue. Done that. A couple people in this room know me quite well, and so you know that. Okay, so what about flooded by frequency? Fewer trades. If you're like, you just trade, like you put a lot of trades on the chart. My girl Kendra, many years ago, one time we were learning to trade, and she called it confetti party, basically, when you overtrade the crap out of your day, and there's longs and shorts and stops and hits and targets and stuff. And if you have your fills on, it's a confetti party. So that is very frequent trading, and not always for a good thing. Some people are scalpers and they just lock in 20 points, 10 points, 20 points, 50 points. That can be their system. But if you trade high frequency and you're getting a lot of mixed results, maybe you got to back that off a little bit. Fewer trades, but higher quality setups. And so in that situation, if that's your tendency, don't say I can only trade once a day, because you're not going to do it. But to kind of delineate, I need to slow it down a little bit and really say I can take a couple of trades, but I have to prioritize at least these parts of it so that they're really high quality. And that will help you, allow you to take your frequent trades, but to specify that they have to be a certain quality and have a certain number of confirmations at least. And so you want to be able to slow down the amount of money you're throwing around and lock it in specifically. And it makes your trades a little bit more effective, but still allows you some freedom to trade. So understand what you're trying to do when you're unregulated, and then create a system around allowing that to come through, but regulating it to a certain extent, if that makes sense. A good trading system is profitable. A great trading system is profitable and psychologically sustainable, which is what I'm talking about today, which is what a lot of my psychology labs talk about, is making a good system better, making it great. So that way, when you do have a strong strategy, you have good mentors, you have a good read of the market, you have an ability to make good trades. If you get your psychology stable around that, that's where the magic happens. That's where the consistency and the ability to leverage up and the ability to compound your gains over time, that's where it gets incredible. That's where the doors open and the ceilings just float away, and you can keep pushing yourself. Because if you can get your psychology super rock solid and in support of your strategy in terms of your hard system and your trading approach, then it all works together and creates like this beautiful finished product type situation. I mean, we're never done learning, but it sets the stage so much more stably for that bigger growth. All right, so the ultimate goal isn't just better trading. The deeper purpose of self-awareness isn't really just profits. Because, I mean, of course it's profits, right? Of course, we're day traders. Like, you wouldn't be here if you weren't trying to make a lot of money from the market. Same. But if we can get to a coherent level with our trading and our approach and who we are as day traders, that alignment between who we are and what we do is where you get that sweet spot that I'm talking about, of like, it just flows. Like we can really just lock in and see our great setups and go for them and get those beautiful outcomes that result from that. And so your decisions improve, right? Your clarity replaces a reactive kind of background noise. I love that, because we need to be able to make good decisions, but it's so much easier to make really strong decisions when it fits with the whole picture of what we have going on. So it replaces that reactivity. And then stress decreases, right? Like being able to trade and not be super stressed about it is so important, to be able to not fight your system. When I trade against who I am, it's not better. It's like, it puts pressure on me. I'm like, I'm trying to do what he said because he says this is how I win. That is higher stress. You're like trying to do all these other things that you're told to do versus like flowing with it. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard me talk about the market as a lady, but Miss Market, she's in charge. She runs the show. She is creating a dance with buys and sells and movements across the chart. And our job is to flow with her, to pick up the cues and to get in sync. And if she's like climbing, then you need to find a pullback to like get in that party and then ride that train. Like you need to get in alignment and flow with Miss Market. And so if you can do that with Miss Market and yourself, like that's so much less stressful. It's so much like smoother and it feels good. You can make bigger profits. You can scale it in and out, and you don't have to ride as much drawdown because you're not fighting it of like, I'm supposed to be long if I see this and then. So that decreased stress when you're not fighting anything, the market or your system or your soul, it's so much smoother. So confidence grows, right? This is rooted in self-knowledge, not in outcomes. And so if this is making sense and you've spent some time to like figure out, like I am oftentimes trading, if I get into a revenge trade, it's because of, this tendency to be afraid of failure and abandonment and loss that stems from something earlier in my life that was really hard. If you say like, this is just the market, this is a financial choice, I'm a business person here, I know that my strategy holds, and if I take a small stop, that's how I make it to the profitability. If you can say like, I have this emotional need, but that's not this. When I'm at my charts, I am in business mode, I am trading my system. If this happens, then I go long, etc. So you will get more confidence by having that self-knowledge and self-awareness of all the aspects of the things that you're going to encounter when you get to the charts and the pressure starts coming on. And so that's how you get more confident through this, not just the outcomes, not just having green days, but instead having an understanding of who you're bringing to the charts and what you're going to do when it starts to get weird, when it goes against you, when it goes really in profit, what you might do. When you're presented with a loser, do you let it hit or do you add to it and move your stop? Having an awareness and understanding and a knowledge of how to work with yourself in those moments makes you so much stronger, like so much stronger to be able to handle whatever comes at you, which I love for all of us. Anything that makes us more confident. Like there's a thing of like, you can't have an ego to be a consistently profitable trader. Well, anyone who tries to be tradable, who tries to be a successful trader has an ego. Like in order to think you can be a winning day trader, you have a little bit of ego in there. The difference is managing that in a healthy way, recognizing that you want the confident parts of an ego without the over leveraging, overconfidence, tuning out noise, being ridiculous part of an ego. But instead, like a healthy confidence is required to reach the higher goals and to compound your profits and to eventually start leveraging up and maybe trade copying at some point. So the goal should be seeking that knowledge and awareness so that we can get in this flow state. Thanks, guys, for the comments and the support. Okay. So consistency also, you guys, like consistency increases, which consistency is the core of the compoundability and the long-term profits. And so when you are in alignment with your process and who you are, who your emotions are, your awareness on what comes out when you get in these trades and the leverage is on the line, when those are in alignment and you have all eyes on what might come out of me and what I'm going to do in that situation, if I start to get really pressured and I start to revenge trading, that's a sign that I have to just close the position and go for a walk. And maybe later there will be a better trade, but my account will live. If I am trading from this really aggressive, unfortunate spot where I'm mismanaging my trades, just stop, phone a friend, like reach out to your accountability partner, my girl, and take a break and come back, because you can have that consistency when you're in alignment, and having that awareness to not engage when you're not in alignment, it will really help you have the long-term profitability from that. And so we all want that consistency. All right, so let's have one final little reflection today. If I become wildly successful trading tomorrow, what part of me believes that it still wouldn't be enough? Like when we're thinking about this whole thing in trading, like what does that look like? What does massive success look like? How will I feel? What will I need? What will my experience be? And then recognizing that if you're encountering some resistance there, that could also be shining a light on what else you need in your life for fulfillment. Maybe it's not really about the money and you want to work on like having that balance in that family and working on making sure that your loved ones feel that and that your emotional relationships are solid, as well as the profits. And so kind of approaching this thing holistically, because if you're not coherent in other parts of your life, that plays over into all of this, not just our history in earlier parts of our lives or potentially your childhood, but also the situation going on around you intraday, in the moments, in our interpersonal relationships, in our finances. And so to think about what would happen if we were wildly successful. Are there problems that would still persist? Would we not feel satisfied? Is it not just about the money? that can expose parts of ourselves as well that we can, again, aim to understand deeper, and then think about that other side about how conceptually they're coming across in our outcomes, in our executions, in our trade management. And then knowing what we need to do with that and how we can basically fine tune our system to know that that is a part of us and to work with it and to say, like, this is something that triggers me. If this trigger comes up, I really, really, really need myself to do XYZ, to walk away, to call someone, to take a day off of trading because this day happened and it's pushing at something that is not a great feeling for me. So I'd rather spend some time just journaling that out and focusing on another part of my life and steadying my nervous system before I come back at it. And so that's what this whole work is about, of like asking those hard questions, getting into your soul, and then seeing how that plays out into your charts and what you can do to shore it up. You guys have heard of Aristotle, I imagine. One of his quotes, knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. So that's why this suggestion, Mary, was amazing. It was absolutely perfect for a psychology lab, because knowing ourselves helps us work with who we are to have way bigger wisdom and ability to manage ourselves and to have no ceiling on our life, because we truly understand our deepest motivators and weak points and potential for struggle, and we can work with that and grow from there. So knowing ourselves is a PowerPoint for where we want to go with this, and with trading being the incredible opportunity that it is, right? I truly believe that trading is an incredible opportunity. So knowing that we have that, and we know to be in this room today and growing who we are as traders, let's spend some time there and understand that part of ourselves so our system can best work with us. So that was great. It was a good conversation. I love Tuesdays. Any questions, any thoughts, any requests for next time? If you do, within the BluSky Discord, it'll be linked in the show notes today for all of our lives, how you get to the BluSky website and the Discord there. It's free to join. There's a suggestion area. Once you get verified, I think is how you get access to the lounge and the futures chat. But anywhere in there, like I'll post every once in a while, you can ping me directly or just tag me in the post and have a request. And every time I'm pinged, I'll 100% read it. And I prefer to take requests. So anytime, y'all know where to find me. Okay. Feels like power hour, right? So I'm going to remind you one last time, like and subscribe if you found any value in this. This will be posted independently on YouTube later this afternoon. So that way, if you came in late or you really liked it, you want to rewatch it, you want to grab those screenshots, you can find the recording of this after the fact on BluSky's YouTube channel. You can share it with a friend, do what you want with it. We'll let you guys know. They'll be on here later, but like and subscribe, hit the notifications. That way we can keep coming at you with great streams and live trading labs. My trading lab is every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern, and Matt's technical lab is Thursdays at 2 p.m. Eastern. So we have all kinds of varied content for you guys. So share with a friend. But now we got a little more time for a trade. Oh, identity wound. Identity wound. Okay, so I kind of didn't specifically say that, but identity wound is that when you ask those questions and you get deep into what is really the root of your pain, that's an identity wound. So if you ask, why am I fearful? Like, what in my life, where was I previously really fearful? And like, what was that situation? So that's when you can get into the identity wounds that could be playing across. So if you're noticing fearful choices on your chart, such as squeezing the trades and micromanaging them and over leveraging on a loser, if you feel like there's a fear element of that, you go deeper into why is that happening? So asking your questions, the whys. Why do I feel this way? Well, I feel this way because I don't want to lose. Why don't I want to lose? What would that mean? So you ask those whys and you peel back the layers deeper into that experience. And then that reveals a deeper wound inside your psychology. And that's where you find the heart of what's going on that you need to sort of like recognize and be aware of and say, gosh, that situation as a child is still there. And it still is deep underneath the outcomes that I'm seeing on my charts, because I pulled it back and it was a direct line to that pain point from earlier. So that is still coming up sometimes, I think. And so then giving some awareness to that, if it's really deep, you can potentially seek some therapy around that, which is really supportive for a lot of people. But at least you saying, if I'm feeling this way, that could have this outcome. So I need to recognize this emotion and act differently on my charts if I start to feel this way. So that's kind of how you get into the identity wound point. And that's a great question. I do too. Mary, there's a reason why I'm a psychology coach around here is because I have done a lot of this work because I needed to. Which some of my previous episodes, the early ones especially, I kind of was more open. So maybe I'll need to do a little backstory on one of these too. But I think we all can shine light on this in different ways for ourselves. So I really am so glad that we get to have this space to talk about these questions and these conversations. Like it's really valuable for me as much as I think it is for a lot of traders. Thanks, guys, for being here. Reno, Waji, Mary, Jonathan, Fatima. I'm really thankful that you guys are in this community. So let's know ourselves and master our trading because there's too many profits out there that we need to be a part of. All right. I am going to hop off here so that we can get into power hour. And so just don't go anywhere. I'm going to literally flip screens and we'll flip the backdrop here and we'll talk charts here in just a minute. So I'll see you guys for power hour. Let's stay profitable.
enjoyed our pre-recorded content. Next week, Mike will be back, so we will have a full schedule from open to close, no downtime, trades all day. Right now, we're doing something different. Now that we kind of got BluSky TV up and running, have our proof of concept, we're going to start bringing in some guests, some traders, some community partners. So right now, I have my man Ark here. He is a trader I've known for quite a while, and also a BluSky community partner, so a double whammy. Ark, before we get into it, you kind of just want to introduce yourself, maybe tell people how long you've been trading, what got you into trading, things like that.
Absolutely. So I think actually you and I started trading about the same time. Started about 6 years ago, something give or take. Started with a small Facebook group and transitioned into a Telegram group. I was like, hey, that sounds really cool. I want to go through that route and make some good money. From there, slowly realized that I prefer to kind of learn myself. And then instead of following somebody else, I really spent my time studying the charts and actually getting a good understanding of what I do, how I do it, things like that. And it's transitioned into what I do now, and I definitely enjoy my life. I get to trade and enjoy my time with my family and kids, and that's all that I need.
Yeah, that's awesome. Trading is freedom. Now, you kind of went through the full gambit of trading, from like signal botting to learning to teaching and all that. So do you have any advice, like you said you're blindly signal botting, and did it work or did it not work?
It did not work. I think you remember this. So there's a gentleman I was following for a long time on Discord who would alert at like 6:30 in the morning his time, and it was 8:30 my time. And so some days I would be sitting there ready to go, 8:30 on the clock, ready to go for him to start alerting. And he'd be like, "Yeah, I'm just not feeling it today." Or he'd be like, "Yeah, I gotta go take my girlfriend out," or just always something. And so I was like, "Man, if this guy ever stops doing this, I'm not gonna make any money."
Right.
And so I was like, "Nope, I gotta learn. I need to actually get some education skill."
Yeah. So,
So
so
it was
basically, you log on. He said, "I'm not here," and you're like, "I guess I'm not trading today."
yeah. I was like, "Well, I just went to the coffee shop," because I would walk my dogs, I'd get all ready for the day, I'd set up at the coffee shop. I was like, "All right, I'm ready to go. There's no distraction. Everything's done. I can fully focus on this." And he'd be like, "Yeah, I'm done for the day." I was like, "Oh, all right
Now,
then."
the signal bonding, that was back during the options days, right?
Yep. Options. That was
So
a long time ago.
yeah, so another thing that I like to point out about signal bonding is if you guys don't know, if you follow people blindly, they take the trade, then they tell you their entry. So there's like a 30-second lag. So I remember when I used to do that when I
At the
first started trading.
least a
Yeah,
30-second lag.
I'd get in as soon as they typed it. My price would be totally different, and I'd be down 50%. And then the person goes, "I'm out" at like 75%. So were you getting crushed just kind of just by the
Oh,
lag as
absolutely.
well? Yeah, yeah.
Every time, because even as and even as like you said, a signal bot, they can type it as fast as they want, but
Mhm.
price moves so quick, especially when you're day trading, that by the time you've received the alert, you open your thing, find the exact put that they want, go through,
Mhm.
click your order, adjust your order, all that, it's already too late.
Yeah, and that's not like futures where you can just click buy and click sell. The lag would be kind of less. So you transition to kind of learning by yourself. What was kind of your early struggles, and like how did you learn? Was it like just YouTube, things like that?
So my early struggles actually had a lot to do with, I guess you could say, just knowing what to study and what was considered the gurus. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like everybody was like, "Oh, I know how to read a chart" and things like that. So a lot of my time was I found a set of about 15 to 20 videos that were decent. They had some good educational content to them, nothing life changing or anything like that, but it more so kickstarted the drive to learn. So I would take one video a day. I would sit there and I would actually write down every bit of note that I can think of about that video. And then what I would do is I would take the charts and I would replay days worth of price action and specifically only study that one topic. I didn't worry about anything else. I didn't worry about trying to take trades or anything like that. And in a good way, this is something I talk about a lot is futures traders now don't study as much, is because they can trade all the time. At first, when I was studying, I couldn't trade because I didn't even know about futures. I only knew about options. So for me, the
Hmm.
market was closed. And so all I could do was study. And so that's what I spent my time doing, was just sitting there trying to study as much as I could versus trying to study and trade. And so it made a big difference. So I would just take topic at a time and then move on to the next topic at a time, move on to the next topic.
That's a good point because futures is open literally 23/5. So a lot of people don't study, but with the options, the market's closed at 4. What else are you going to do if you want to study? So a lot of nighttime back tests, and I remember those days.
Oh,
So
yeah.
How long until you kind of felt confident that you could trade on your own after like watching videos and back testing and things like that?
I would say it took a good 6 months before I really started to get a good grasp on it and really started to see like,
Mhm.
hey, okay, I'm understanding. So like I would study the videos and I would make progress and like, oh, this is really awesome. I've changed my life. And then the market structure would change and I'd get smoked. Um, so it was a lot of evolving, a lot of learning. And even then, still to this day, I'm still consistently adjusting the things that I trade, how I trade, what I trade, things like that. I've never stopped learning.
Mhm.
Now my study time though is more actual live chart practice, which I think in the long run you should be doing. But I think again, like I said at first, you need to actually study just the charts without trying to trade.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
for
that
me,
makes
it was
complete
about
sense.
6 months.
Okay. Now, and guys, this was the options. If you don't know options, this is no prop firm. So if you're kind of like learning in real time, you're putting real money on the line. So when you mess up, you mess up. It's not just a
Yeah,
fifty
you're
dollar
you're done. Counts over.
Yeah. So now you're like 6 months in, you're feeling confident. What was kind of your biggest hurdles? You can read a chart, you know kind of what your strategy is. Like what was your biggest weakness? What was causing you to lose at this point?
So this was during, I can't remember if this was, I think this was when market was starting to really rally, and this is actually something I still somewhat struggle with, is bull trend days. Bull trend
Yep.
days, I've never liked them. I'm a perma bear. I always have been, always will be. I prefer
You're
bearish
one,
price
you're one of
action.
those. It can't go higher. It can't go higher, guys. Huh?
And then it goes higher, another 30 points. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for me, I've always just preferred bearish price action. So there
Mhm.
was a time where I think it was during the Biden right after COVID run, or just that really crazy run before we had this, obviously this most recent run. And it really sucked for a minute. It was quite a challenge trying to go through and trade all that. And I'm like, I hate this
Mhm.
price action because
Mhm.
I don't like bullish price action.
Mhm. Were you using indicators at this point?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if
Yeah.
you remember, my charts were so full. I think at one point I had 7 different indicators. I had
Oh
the
man. Yeah.
TradingView released, this was long time ago. They released, you had to pay their premium $60 a month purchase for it, but they released a patterns indicator and it would draw the patterns
Okay.
automatically on the charts for you. I had that. I had supply and demand, 2 different indicators, and VWAP all running at the same time. My chart looked like a rainbow explosion.
Yeah, I remember I had a MACD, RSI, money flow, EMAs, VWAP. It was like there's like 30 reasons to get in a trade at the same time and 30 reasons not to take the same trade. It's
Yep.
absolutely hilarious. What about kind of your mindset at that point? Did you I know I had a problem with over trading. Like I had to trade, like I was scalping, I had to take like 100 trades a day. Where was kind of your headspace? Were you tilting all the time, like making the same mistakes over and over
So
again?
actually very similar. I was doing a lot of scalping and unfortunately a lot of DCA. I would,
Mhm.
well, I guess the DCA is the different term, but I would average in quite a bit.
While
So
you
I
were
was doing at
down?
the time, yeah, I would do it because I
Okay.
was doing 9 SMA scalps a lot. That was my thing
Okay.
back then. I would scalp price action back to the 9 SMA. And if I timed my entry wrong, I have to average in. And so there was a lot of moments specifically like that that definitely bit me in the butt once or twice.
Yep. Yeah. Before you know it, you're in two option contracts, and by the end of it, you're at 10. And
Yep,
your
you're like,
average
where did
your
that
average
come
price is
from?
$10 when you bought it $100 the first time. Oh man, I remember those days. So how'd you kind of get over the hurdle of starting to follow your rules and your system completely? Did you write them down? Do you have something like, I know some people, if they take 2 losses, they quit for the day, or they have to take an hour break if they lose, or if they take a trade. Like what kind of systems did you put in place to make that not happen anymore?
So I realized when I switched to futures that it was going to be a lot easier for me to develop a system.
Hmm.
And I would say that in reality, my system really didn't kind of start kicking in until about the last 6 months to a year.
Okay.
Even then, at first, like the first start of
And that's and
futures,
that's
I
like
was
5 years
still,
into it, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
I was still never really had a true system. I was looking for 1 or 2 9 scalps a day, and then I would still overtrade and things like that.
Mhm.
Um, it worked in my favor a good amount of time, but there were definitely times where there were some pretty heavy losses and hard to swallow pills for sure.
Mhm.
But I just didn't want to stop, and so I kept learning, kept evolving, and then, like I said, about the last 6 months or about the last year, I've really transitioned into more risk management. Really focused specifically on 1 to 3 micros, very risk management, style type of trading and looking for one or two setups, things like that. So it's definitely been a adjustment. It's a long journey. That's what I was saying earlier. Is I'm still studying. I'm still trying to learn. I'm always trying to learn, and keep growing.
Would you say that it's less is more right now for you in the while
Oh,
trading?
absolutely.
Uh-huh.
And even then, and this is another thing is even right now, I still take not a fair amount of losses, but I do take losses. But now they're a lot more managed. It's 3 cons or 2 cons for a 10, 15 point loss, or
Mhm.
things like that. So my win rate isn't as high as it used to be, but my losses aren't as large as they used to be. So it makes a big difference.
I think that's something a lot of people struggle to understand, because if you're using 2 to 3 micros, like you said, you need to lose like 150 points in a day to blow an account. Which if you're doing that, like you're pure tilting if you're losing
Yeah, I said
150 points.
that, or you need to go back and study some fundamentals.
Yeah, something's not working.
There's something wrong somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. So you mentioned that you were down to like 2 to 3 micros. When you first started trading specifically prop firms, what did your sizing look like?
Oh, it was Apex. So the first account that I ever bought was a static 100K Apex account. I went with the static accounts because it's okay, you can't go below. I like the static because it's you can't go below this amount, and there wasn't anything trailing or anything like that. And I would trade minis like they were going out of style. Every other trade was, 2 minis, 3 minis. I remember there were some points I would grab 5 minis, and I'm looking back,
Five
I'm like, how did I
minis. Oh
even
my God.
survive, doing things like that?
Yeah, I remember when I
And
first found prop firms, I would slap 5 minis and that account was gone in 30 seconds.
oh yeah, you're done. You're like, oh well,
Yeah.
time to go pay a reset fee.
Yeah. Now there's a lot of prop firms, so we won't name prop firms or anything. But how long did it take you to pass your first account?
Passing first account, I would say probably took me, what was it? I want to say about a month and a half. I definitely blew my first couple,
And how many
and then
accounts
I
do you think
started.
it took you in that month and a half? Can you count it on one
Oh,
hand?
I can count it on 2 hands.
2 hands. Okay,
I
that's
can count it
honestly
on
that's
two
not bad.
hands.
That's not bad.
I
Now,
think it
now,
was
now
like
this
6 or
this
7.
this is always a good one. What happened with your first funded account?
Oh, I blew that. Absolutely. No questions. I don't
Yeah.
even try and hide that. First funded account definitely got blown. I think I didn't get my third funded account, or my fourth was when I was like, okay, I gotta pay out. Let's keep going. Even then, I remember it was the first payout. I was like, okay, I'm good to go. I'm starting to make progress. And then I blew the account like a day or two later.
Yep.
And I was
I
like,
remember.
yep, well, there we go. Start all over
Yeah,
again.
my first funded, I think I blew it for second trade. Went in with 2 minis, lost, immediately hit the reverse button, absolutely lost. Yeah.
Destroyed.
I think a lot of people I talk to, and it's the same thing. You start with an account, and 50K accounts. It's not 50K. It's really whatever the drawdown is, and 2-3 minis can go bad really really fast. So I think a lot of least profitable traders or consistently profitable traders have switched to micros, and I think it makes a huge difference. So what kind of like strategies do you trade? Do you are the indicators still on your chart, or what's going on now?
So as of now, it is a blank chart. I specifically trade in a version of order blocks, but I've adjusted it to some parameters that I've kind of found out throughout the years. So for me, it's basically just going to be order blocks throughout the different
Mhm.
time frames, and just a core set of 4 different reversal candles combined as well. So
Okay.
I keep it pretty simple. I don't like to do any indicators. I don't like to add anything extra to my chart. I'm looking for just one of basically 5 or 6 different setups,
Mhm.
that are all just slight variations of each other. To me, there's 4 types of reversals, and so I specifically focus on those 4 different types, and I look for just different setups within those.
Love it. So basically, just price action, candle structure, and nothing else.
Yep,
Love it. Love
that's
it.
all you need.
Love it. And so you're saying you take just those setups. You don't do anything besides those, right?
I tend not to. There's still a moment once or twice I'm like, okay, that price action's definitely going to that level. Let me hop into micro, and I'll just
And
set an
does that
alarm
usually
and take
work out?
profit.
Does it
Yeah,
usually work
set
out?
it. I would say a decent amount of time. I
Okay.
think I only do those when I'm that price action is definitely going to go hit that spot. I understand that there's going to be a good bit of
Mhm.
consolidation in between those zones and in between what it's doing. Um, so I'll really just focus on, all right, take that one micro. I understand that I may be risking a certain dollar amount, but I know that that price target's going to hit, so I just let it ride. I don't watch it. I don't pay attention to it. I set a buy limit. I set an alert, and I walk away.
Yeah, I found some of my best trades are put the stop loss on, put your entry on, put your TP, because you staring at the chart is not going to help the play at all.
No,
All you're going to do is sit there and sweat. You're going to go down to the 1 minute chart because you're tweaking out and the price isn't moving. And yeah, especially in like choppy price action like now, if you were long,
oh,
you'd be in the same position you were an hour ago, and you'd just be sitting here, adding in, cutting, just doing things that you shouldn't
it.
do.
I actually find this is going to be quite contrary. This is a little different take than most people even think about.
Mhm.
Um, so I equate this to, so like when people risk nowadays, they're risking on a trade. Like if they size with one mini, they're risking, 20-point stop loss. They're risking $400, things like that. They associate it with a lot of times with dollar amount risk.
Mhm.
So I've actually found some of my best success is when I know that a price target's going to hit and I don't set a stop loss. And I know that sounds quite contrary to like what you're
Okay.
supposed to do. And the reason is because I'm aware that there's a chance that I can lose about $200 on it. I'm willing
Mhm.
to risk about the equivalent of 100 points, give or take. And I know that that area is going to hit. So it's a lot of times it's like overnight swings. It's like, okay, this London session may pop up a little bit more, but I think by morning or by this time, this price area is going to hit. I can just go ahead and set that order. I can take that order and I can set that limit and I just don't even worry about it. Because I'm okay with if I'm wrong and it does decide to push up 100, 200 points. Yes, it's a hard point wise loss, but I look at it as the dollar amount versus
Mhm.
the point loss. For me, I'm comfortable with XYZ risk amount dollar per day, not XYZ risk amount points per day. I associate with my risk
That's a
a
hot
lot
take.
with
Hot
it is.
take. I love it.
It's a little different. I just know that like if I know that this is gonna be my one trade of the day and I'm comfortable with it, I'm
Mhm.
willing to risk 100 points, because I have a $200 daily loss limit, but I'm only gonna take that one trade. I'm okay with that. Like that one trade is gonna make me or break me. I'm either gonna hit my daily loss limit
Okay,
from
so
just.
you technically do have a stop loss then.
Yes, I have a daily loss
Okay,
limit on
okay,
all of my accounts. I
okay,
just basically I associate like, okay, would I rather day trade today, or would I rather say, hey, you know what, I think this
okay.
is just
Okay,
going to
this
hit.
that make I was a little confused. So you're talking like an overnight swing. You have a daily loss limit, so you're not going to lose more than whatever the 250 $300 you have.
Correct. I
Okay.
always put a loss limit on all of my accounts. It's just basically like I'm not setting a chart stop loss. At that point in time,
Mhm.
I'm comfortable with, again, my it's like for instance, some option analyst. I think there's some confusion sometimes with certain option analysts. When they do risk management, they do it based off of dollar amount, not percentage amount. So you'll
Mhm.
find that certain options analysts, their position may be down 85, 90%. They don't care because they're within their dollar risk
Mhm.
defined parameters. So it's kind of the same way for me. I don't care how many points it's down as long as it's within what I specify I'm going to risk per day. I don't care.
No,
It just
that
means
makes
that
sense.
it just means I'm not doing any other trades for the day. I'm just doing
Mhm.
this one trade. If it's my risk parameters, I'm good. I can let it ride or let it fail.
Mhm. Now, when you're day trading, this is something I always like talk because some people have hard stop losses, 20 points every time they take a trade. Certain, I'm only willing to risk this. Do you have the same stop loss or same kind of setup every time you take a trade, or is it different on every setup?
So every setup will always be different, and the reason being is because um I'm a firm believer in the chart tells you everything you need to know. So
Love
if
it.
I'm taking an entry off of a chart and the chart, what the chart says, in my mind, the stop loss should also be off the chart. I'm not going to just determine a stop loss that's not based off the chart because the chart's determining my entry. So the chart also needs to be determining my stop loss and my take
Mhm.
profit. So sometimes I can find a play that has a 3-point stop loss on MQ. Not very often, it's more night focused, but it does happen,
Mhm.
versus the day, my stop loss may be 23 points, things like that
Mhm.
based off of that specific setup on the chart.
I love that because I see a lot of new traders and they're focused on the money, like you said. They come in, especially because they're slamming a mini, and they're like, okay, I'm willing to lose $200. But then you look at the candles for the day, and the candles are 40 points each, and it's like, dude, you're gonna get stopped out on every trade you take, and you're gonna blow your account because you're gonna tilt. But then there's other plays where, like you said, the stop loss can be 5-10 points because it's an area where it's either bounce or death. So I'm a firm believer of play the chart, because like when I trade, some plays need a 45-point stop loss, but I'm targeting 100 points.
Exactly.
Some need a 10-point stop loss, and I'm targeting 12. So I think you have to be dynamic with the market, and I'm really glad you said that. I think hard stop losses and hard take profits are something you start with, and then you kind of evolve into just playing the chart. Now, speaking of evolving, your trading is kind of evolving, because now with AI and all this stuff, you're kind of pivoting in a different direction, right?
Yeah, we are slowly attempting to. I'm very heavily involved with AI automations. There's quite a bit that the AIs do for me. And so I am attempting to get it to trade. It's definitely a slow work in progress. I think that people don't realize AI to me fully isn't there yet when it comes to
Mhm.
trading, because there are a few elements of a human brain that it's not quite going to understand. It can do well. I think that it's a good possibility. I do think that overall it's not going to be as proficient as a good established trader.
Mhm.
It'll beat your average trader for sure, but somebody who has a system and can have that, in a sense, human error, but also practice the correct discipline and risk management, I don't think that it's quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, I see it more and more, and it's so cool. You don't even have to know how to code anymore. You just have to spend the time
No,
and kind of do it. Because I mean, like what, 6 months ago, a year ago, this wouldn't even been possible.
absolutely not. No, not
Yeah,
even close.
and you and I have known each other for a while. We talk a lot, then we kind of take breaks. And when I started with BluSky, I saw you were getting an automation. I was like, hey man, we got to link up. Like, this is absolutely perfect,
Absolutely.
because we're one of the few, if not the only firm that
You guys
um
are the only one that I know of that
yeah,
is fully supported on the automation side, and that's why that's why I use you guys specifically.
yeah, and it's
Everybody else is like, "Oh, we're not gonna do it," or things like that. No, you guys are like, "Absolutely, let's run it. Let's go
yeah,
for
we,
it."
we don't only allow it, we encourage it. So that's it's been great for us to onboard so many different companies and communities that lost their home in the past. And it's been recent that it's very gray area with a lot of firms, but it's been nice
They
because
are cracking down on it hard for
they've been
sure.
able to find a home here. And it's great because BluSky, we also want to put you in a brokerage account if we can see your trading. So if you have a consistently profitable algo or automated strategy, like, we want to put you in a live account, and we want to take our split, and we want to get our money. So I mean, it's a win-win for everybody.
I must say it
Um,
helps everybody. Why not?
yeah, exactly. And let's see. So we kind of went through your journey, and if you guys in the chat have any questions, when you mentioned you don't use a stop loss, my man said someone who speaks my language. But yeah, we kind of went over your journey. Now, Ark and I have taught people over the years as well. Is there anything you notice in newer traders that you could just kind of tell them not to do, just to jumpstart their journey?
Not to keep trading 24/7. I think it kind of goes back to one of the very first things that I said is you have to find time to study, and it
Mhm.
has to be away from actually trading. Um, you and I, for example, and I don't mean to say this to brag on you or anything like that, but we put in the hours and the work for what I'm about to say. I hand you a blank chart, right?
Mhm.
I give you a blank chart with no indicators on it, and I just say, hey, form an opinion on this chart on where you think price action is going to go. With a 75 to 90% accuracy, after looking for less than a minute, 30 seconds, you're going to be like, all right, chart's going to go here.
Mhm.
And you're
Yeah.
going to be decently right. So for me, I think as a new trader, until you can accurately look at a chart and have a general understanding of what you see, where it's going to go, and what you're looking at, I think that you need to still keep developing that skill because, like we said earlier, everything is about the chart. So if you are not comfortable and proficient in just understanding a blank chart or just understanding charts in general, I think that you need to study, and it needs to be without trading. Like I said, you and I can look at a chart and we know where price action is going to go, or at least we have a pretty confident idea, and we've built that skill to do it.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily we know where it's going to go. It's we know the crucial levels to look at where it's going to tell us where it's going to go. Like right now, I'm bullish, obviously, but if it breaks below a certain level, I'm going to flip bearish. Things like that.
Exactly. You have
Question.
an understanding of what to do based off of the chart.
Yeah. So you're trading. What does your average trade time look like? Does it vary on the day, or is it usually typically?
It varies on the day. I would like to cut it down a lot more than it is.
Yeah.
I'll say that much. I would like to cut it down. I would like to keep cutting down. Sometimes I have prior commitments that do require me to have a little bit more chart time than I would like.
Mhm.
So I would like to cut that down, but I do like to stick to specific times. Like I have hard rules for myself on when I do trade versus when I don't. I really only like to trade from 9 a.m. to I'm in Central Time Zone, so I like to wait for the 4 hour time frame
Mhm.
to close in the morning. So I want that clear 4 hour structure. And then I like to not really trade past the first 2 hour candle of that 4 hour group. So I don't like to
Mhm.
trade that last 2 hour candle of the 4 hour. And then I prefer to wait until the next 4 hours. So basically that 1 to 3 to maybe trade again.
So
So I know
basically,
it's technically
10 a.m. Eastern and 2 p.m. Eastern are basically like your times to start looking at charts.
those are the times I stop look. Wait, no, 10, yeah, 9 to yeah. I
Okay.
stop. So I only look at the charts for basically the first 2 hours of market, 2.5 hours, and then like the
Right.
last hour.
Okay. Yeah, that makes that. I've noticed some of my best trades come right after that 4 hour candle closes, just because you really get the direction. That first 30 minutes of open is very choppy. Like this morning, we got pretty chopped up. It was like 30-second scalps. Then the 4 hour candle closed, and we just got this continuous move. So I'm with you on that one. Is there anything you notice with people you like taught or traded with that on the psychology side of trading, not the technical side, that kind of holds them back?
The psychology side, actually, a lot of it has to do with Discord. I think people
Mm.
struggle with this because they see these people that are showing $1,000 gains and 4 mini trades that hit 3,000 points and 4,000, things like that. And they don't realize that it's most likely a paper eval or it's going to be blown by tomorrow.
Mhm.
And so they get a fear of missing out and it makes them want to do more trades. Or they log into Discord and check this and things like that. And it causes a lot of, just desire to keep trading and overtrade.
Mhm.
So I think people need to realize is yes, there are people that do make a lot of good money and do well with trading, of course. But not everything you see is what really is going on. So don't worry about everybody else and really just focus on your journey. As long as you can consistently, do your base hits and make enough to stay home, that's all that matters. Like I, for instance, I don't do crazy well. I do enough to stay home with my kids. I've got my 2 kids right now, uh, running rampant, but they're being kids and they're having fun, and I get to hang out and enjoy my day with them. I drive a used car. Our house is nothing fancy, but I have enough money in the bank to not necessarily worry about small day to day things.
Mhm.
And that's the type of freedom that I have, and that's what I enjoy because again, I'm not super worried about the fact that this person made more than me and I didn't make it.
Yeah, I think comparing yourself to others is one of the worst things you could do in the trading space. Because even if those people that you mentioned are truthful and they are good traders, because there is like 1% of those people in social media, I think. But like you don't know how long they've been trading. They might have been trading for 10 years and they were unprofitable for 8 years. And you've been trading
Hmm.
for 1 year and you want to be just like this guy. And I think you agree with me. Like you need to treat this like college. Treat this like you're getting a degree in trading. Don't just try to be the best trader
Absolutely.
in 1 month. And just because somebody's slamming 3 minis and that's another thing. The dollar amounts are flashy, but like 3 minis, $1,000. That's like what 15, 20 points maybe, or
That's
like so
that's
I don't know what it is.
17 points. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
17
quick.
points.
It's a
So like
quick win.
that's not that good of a trade, you know. But they're leveraged like crazy, and you don't know how many accounts like they hit on the side to get
They
that.
just
You know,
purchased 20 accounts this morning because they blew the other 20 last night.
exactly. And then like, and some people do it. Some people play it like a game, but like the social media post is only their best trade, or they hide the replay function so you can only see like the actual price and things like that. So I think social media is one of the worst things in the trading space. I think it's incredibly toxic, and I think we can both agree that finding a community that has your back and is realistic in trading is something I don't think you need it in the long run, but at first I think you really need it. And I joke
It's a
with
help,
everybody.
big time. Absolutely.
I joke with everybody that some of my most the people that cared about my success the most or encouraged me the most was some like 28-year-old kid in California that I didn't even know his real name. And then my real friends are calling me an idiot for day trading. But like Bucktooth Dan in California and some Discord servers checking up on me after I made a bad trade. So I love the Discord space if you can find a good community and things like that. Yeah. What else? What else did I thought I could think
I
of?
actually had another thought too, and I think you asked about new traders, and I think this isn't talked about enough. Is don't make trading your 100% only income.
Great
Even if
point.
you find something that you do on the side that brings in an extra 10% of what your actually income is, take off some of that stress. I have
Mhm.
a few different avenues that I do make a little bit of extra money from, and trading is majority of my income, but I have enough money coming in from other different sources that allow me to not be super concerned with did I make a good trade today or not? Because you don't want that stress. Like it's okay making trading your a good bit of your income, but don't
Mhm.
make it your only income because then it creates another pressure too, right? So develop, it's kind of like when you're investing, things like that, like actual investment, you don't put all your eggs in one basket. And it's the same way in regards to income to me for when it comes to that. Develop some other ways to make some income, get a side business selling Etsy things online, or it doesn't matter what you do, but do
Mhm.
something to supplement your trading income so you're not fully stressed about did I take a good trade today or not.
Yeah, that's a great point because I was a full time trader for a bit, and there's a couple different things why I didn't like it. The freedom is great. You can do literally whatever the hell you want, and you can do it from anywhere. But on the flip side, when it's your only income and you have a bad streak or something like that, now you're thinking,
It's stressful.
I have to make this money. I have to do this. And then the second thing, it's boring as hell. Like you said, you like to trade for the first hour of the day. What do you do afterwards? Like you have kids and stuff. I don't have kids, so I would call my friend. I'm like, "Hey, you want to go to the beach, dude? It's Tuesday at 11:30 a.m. What do you mean you want to go to the beach?" So like, and there's so many things. If you get good at trading, you can do a lot of other things in trading. And if you have a hobby you really enjoy, turn that into a side hustle, like you said. So I don't think I'll ever do trading as my full source of income. One, I want to know that at least my rent is paid by something every month. Like
Yep.
that's huge because you don't know what's gonna happen. I hop on Fortnite alone sometimes.
Like
Actually,
last night, I
um,
spent my time zesting lemons for my wife's baking business because she does that on the side. So I had to zest 4 tablespoons of lemons and four like all kinds of stuff because she's got 19 batches of cookies working. So like that's what we want. I want to be able to have things that I do outside of trading that again allow me to take that freedom and not be super stressed about what trades I do take.
yeah, that's and then one last point before we kind of wrap this up because we're running out of time. You mentioned that
No
like
worries.
you're not like super rich, but like trading made you have the freedom to spend the time with your kids. You have a house, you have a reliable vehicle, things like that. And I think people don't think about that enough because what is the median income in the United States? 53K or something like that. So people are making roughly $250 a day. But everybody wants to come here and immediately, what's that magic number they want to make? $1,000 a day.
$7 a day. And it's
thousand
just
dollars a day. But you guys see how easy it is. Not I don't want to say easy, but when you get good enough, you see how quick you can make $200. And would you rather click a button, make $200 in 5 minutes, and then go live your life, or would you rather sit for 8 hours and make the 250? So don't let social media think that's what trading is supposed to be. Most of my traders that are full time friends that are full time traders, they make 60K to 100K a year. They live normal lives. You never know they're a trader. They have normal cars, all that stuff.
exactly. I
Yeah.
have a 2021 Ford F-150 that is
Mhm.
paid off. It is nothing fancy. The car needs to be vacuumed. Like our house is 4 bedrooms, 2,000 square feet, and it needs some work. We got a rickety porch in the backyard, things like that. But I'm able to, like, when we get off this call, I'll be able to go spend the time with my kids that I want for the rest of the afternoon. I'm happy. I'm content.
Yeah. See, and I think guys like a lot of you have a job. If you work remote, it's even better. Because so what I like to tell people is like your first goal should be to make 25% of your income by trading. Second goal, 50%. Third goal, 100. But like, don't quit your job. Keep your job until you're doing that consistently, and then maybe six
Use your
months to a
job,
year
pay off
later.
your bills, pay off your
Yeah,
debts, set yourself up.
like you said, your car's paid off, your everything's paid off. If you had a $500-600 monthly car payment, you might be doing some other things on the side rather than just trading and living your
I
life.
actually didn't stop bartending till about 2 years ago.
Yeah,
I
I
was
remember that.
I was profitable for a long time before I finally was like, all right, I'm at the point where I can walk away completely.
Mhm.
And even then, after that, I think once or twice I went back and found some occasional side gigs just to do
Mhm.
something. And I haven't gone back. I'm not going back ever again. But you know, I never wanted to limit myself only, and so I made sure that I I set myself up, and that's what people have to do. Is it's okay if you go get a side job. It's okay if you
Mhm.
do something else. Don't think that you have to be only a trader.
Yep. And trading is great extra income for vacations and for paying this stuff off. Now we're about out of time. I always like to ask at the end, if you have one piece of advice for a struggling trader that's kind of like on the verge of getting payouts, but they're still blowing the accounts at the end, what would you tell them?
Um, you have to set rules, and you have to like set hard rules. These rules, like for instance, go through, set yourself a daily loss limit, set a time of day that you only specifically trade,
Mhm.
um, set specific setups that you're looking for, limit yourself. And I know it sounds confusing, and like limit yourself on what you're looking for, and then don't stress about it. That setup didn't appear today in my time, and it didn't follow my risk parameters. I'm not even worried about it. Go have another
Mhm.
day. Stop worrying about if you find a trade for the day. It's not a big deal. If you don't, go bye, have a good day. Wait for the next day, because long term it's going to pay off. It's not a race. It's just slow and steady. So
That's
give
I
yourself the
love that.
parameters for success.
Yep. Trust the process, have a process, and follow the process. I absolutely love that. I'll go ahead and he is in the Discord, so I'll go ahead and drop his Discord name in the chat once we get off of here. Feel free to message him. He's a super nice guy, a good friend of mine. But other than that, hey, Art, thanks for doing this, and I'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Have a good one. Thank you guys for having me.
All right, and we'll be back at 2 with Matt's Lab, guys.
Blue Sky Technical Lab. This is Coach Matt, ladies and gentlemen, and I got a pretty interesting topic here today to discuss in the Technical Lab. Something near and dear to my heart, something I love talking about, love trading, love breaking down, love doing, and that is a good old-fashioned reversal in the market. And reversals can take a lot of different shapes and sizes. We're going to talk about the different ones. We're going to talk about the types of things we want to see as we go through a reversal analysis. But if there's one thing that I believe that most traders love doing, it's catching a reversal. The earlier you're in the reversal, the better opportunity, the better the reward to risk ratio, the better the probability. And so understanding reversal analysis is as much art as it is science. When you're talking about a confirmation of a trade, for example, it's all math. 2 + 2. Does the candle get above the high? Percentage of the ATR above that level? Let's giddy up and let's go. There's a simple process, mathematical equation when it comes to the execution of your trading systems. You have levels, breakouts, retracements, all these different patterns. But in general, I think one of my favorite patterns in the market, because not only is there a good reward to risk ratio perspective, but how I feel about it is really, really simple, guys. As a trader, I'm not just looking to catch a trade. Oftentimes, I'm looking to start with that in mind. Hey, let's just catch a trade. Let's go level to level. Let's do the same things everybody else is doing. But I love catching trends. And the very beginning of a trend is the exact point of the ending of the previous trend, and that is a reversal. Now, reversal patterns and continuation patterns are extremely similar to one another, and that's where the art really comes into equation. That's where the breaking down of the step-by-step process as you understand a reversal formation can be really, really, really powerful, because oftentimes in the early beginnings of a reversal are the exact same things as what is called a continuation pattern. And so you have reversal formations that reverse the previous trend, and you have continuation patterns that continue the previous trend. And so what I want to talk about today is specifically those patterns that form up the reversal situations. And so technical reversals are simply a pattern that that ends the previous trend and is the beginning point of a new trend. Whether you're talking about bullish reversals or bearish reversals, it's not like you got to learn completely different patterns for the bull reversal as you do for the bear. For every bullish pattern out there, you flip that chart upside down and there is an equal and opposite bearish pattern. So for every M formation, you have a W formation. For every head and shoulders, you have an inverted head and shoulders. For every V-shaped recovery, you have an inverted V-shaped recovery. Now, those are the core three. There are three core reversal formations that we track. You talk about V-shapes, W formations, and head and shoulders. You talk about head and shoulders, M formation, and V shapes. They're three core, three for the bull, three for the bear. There are fractal patterns within reversals, but we're going to talk about the core patterns. We're going to talk about where to take action in those core patterns. And I also think there's been some pretty decent case studies this week, including one yesterday, one on Tuesday, and one on this morning, quite frankly, that we can break down. And I felt like the reversal topic today was a very, very, very important topic to understand, because when we look at the overall market right now, a lot of this is about kind of your personal expectation. But when you come out and you look at the overall market from a little bit of a bigger picture perspective, you can kind of see how the market has been trending very, very, very well for a very long time. But what that's also done is gotten to the point where we're seeing general overextension set forth in the market itself. And when we're going through a little bit of general overextension, a lot of times in the backdrop of that general overextension, you see daily patterns form up that are more consolidation based. And I talked about this earlier in the week in the power hour, but as of right now, I got the NASDAQ and the ES as a daily consolidation pattern. And as you're going through a daily consolidation pattern, what you see oftentimes on the intraday is neutral ranges. You see these neutral ranges set forth where the market's going to go up to resistance, back down to support, up to resistance, back down to support. And as the intraday plays out that way, goes down to support, up to resistance, down to support, up to resistance, what that creates is the backdrop of neutrality on the actual longer term side of the equation. And so when you're looking at neutrality in the ES, and I'm talking neutrality on the intraday side of the equation, the daily chart is still in a bullish uptrend on both the ES and the NQ, but we're starting to see overextension on the daily chart. We're starting to see hesitation on the daily chart. We're starting to see a little bit of consolidation on the daily chart. We're starting to, I mean, my goodness, today we got Broadcom. First AI name in weeks with a negative impact on earnings. First time. And in that first time, we saw rotation go from NASDAQ to the Dow Jones. We saw rotation go from technology to finance, from technology to industrial, from technology to, there was another healthy sector we were seeing rotation, finance, industrial, and healthcare were the three. So we saw rotation a little bit from the very top of the market to a little bit of the bottom areas of the market to shore up that. By the way, that's a pretty standard bullish like condition where top areas of the market see rotation, profit taking, and they flow into bottom areas of the market that have not seen a lot of pump in the last little bit. So we're seeing a little bit of those early sector rotation models play out right now. And as such, again, what we've seen kind of impact on the top end of the charts, and I'll just kind of show it to you here and toss very quickly. But when you look at the top end, well, what are we starting to see here? We're starting to see a little bit of slowing momentum at the top. We're seeing a little bit of consolidation here. We're seeing battles here that we did not see in the early innings of this wave. We saw battles here that we did not see in the early innings of the wave. And so you're starting to see the top end get dialed in on the overall S&P 500. You can say that same thing on the NASDAQ. And what that's done is create a neutral condition in the backdrop of the intraday charts that we love to trade and love to stare at. And so I just felt like today talking about reversals, because as a swing trader, reversals are a little bit rare. As an investor, reversals are rare. They take a lot of time to really dial in. When you're talking about reversals on an intraday side of the equation, when the daily chart is going through consolidation, we could get these things multiple times every day, quite frankly. And so that's kind of what we've seen play out. I felt it was a pretty good topic to discuss here today. I also want to talk a little bit about RSI and MACD and talk about it through the lens of divergence, because in a couple power hours earlier this week, we had a conversation on divergence, and divergence can be a very powerful 1-2 punch. When you're looking at the reversal play out and you're trying to determine, is this a bullish reversal? Is this a bearish reversal? Or is it a continuation pattern? And we're having those technical debates in our head. I'm pretty sure all of us do. Every one of us, if you have technical debates in your head, let me know in chat, because I certainly do every single day. Is that a reversal? Is that the clean level? Is that this? Is that that? Let's go through the process. Well, one of the things that can help me understand the quality of a reversal versus continuation is MACD converging or is it diverging? Is RSI converging or is it diverging? What do those secondary indicators tell us to help us understand the context of price action? And Jaja, I'm right with you. Those voices, we got the angel on the right shoulder telling us one thing. We got the devil on the left shoulder, and our, trading is really done between the 6 inches between those two voices, right? You got the left shoulder, you got the right. You can also put it like this, Jaw. On the right-hand side, you got your creative minds. You got the creative side telling you certain things. On the left-hand side, you got the analytical voice in your head telling you certain things. And that's what you're trying to comprehend between that 6 inches between those ears, is to understand the context of that analytical versus creative conversation. And so Market Mamas, i.e. Coach Becky, is the one who gave me that little thought up there, but it's that context that the indicators can give us to help us understand what are we really seeing out there. Because a lot of times in reversal, there's a shift in momentum. And when there's a shift in momentum, certain traders are going to see that through the lens of bullish continuation. Other traders are going to see that through the lens of bearish reversal. Where's the truth in that? Because great technicians can disagree. Where's the truth in that? Well, indicators can help us understand that context. And so I definitely want to talk a little bit about divergence as well here. And so when I'm looking at things technically that make up the hallmarks of reversal analysis, there's certain things that occur from a technical perspective that makes you start thinking about reversals before the reversal even occurs. And I know every single one of you have done that. I certainly have. We have our level, we have an opinion at the level, and we're like, yep, that's going to reverse at that level. Well, that's your opinion. Your opinion doesn't matter to the market. And I know that's tough to hear, but guess what, guys? The market doesn't care about my opinion either. It doesn't care about any one person's opinion. The market's too big for that. And so it's, you have an opinion, but does the market share your opinion? That's what we have to really kind of focus on, is understanding the process that the technical analysis goes through to help us get to that ultimate confidence on that reversal. Because you're in a reversal, guys, you're going against the trend. You're saying this is the end of the trend and it's the beginning of the next trend. That's what you're saying. Whether you're right or they're wrong, the market's going to have a say in that. Well, everything that goes into a quality reversal, you don't need everything, but these are the things that you typically like to see to give you that confidence in a reversal. Number one is, and I don't have it here, but I will just say this as a day trader. Number one, high quality level. Like you typically see reversals. They typically don't come out of nowhere. They typically don't just happen through a catalyst, because in a catalyst event, you typically see what we call a V-shaped recovery. And V-shaped recoveries from a trading side of the equation, I don't want to say it's a new pattern, but it's certainly a much more popular pattern over the course of not just, the headlines we get on an intraday side of the equation due to the Iranian conflict and presidential updates on that side of the equation, but it's been a pretty compelling pattern ever since the pandemic, quite frankly. And so before the pandemic, I really felt there were two very important reversal patterns. You had the M formation and its cousin, the W, and you have the head and shoulders formations, both the head and shoulders and the inverted head and shoulders. Post-pandemic, we do see more V shapes. And as algorithms become a more important factor for the market, we see more V shapes. And as AI platforms start to come on and the speed of the market increases even more, we will most likely see more V shapes. And so the V-shape reversal is typically a reversal that is driven through a catalyst. Whereas the other two, the W and its cousin, the M, and the head and shoulders variety, those are more traditional, more standard technical type situations that also have some time factors to them. V-shapes quick, the other two not so quick. And the reason is because to create a high quality reversal, It's not just about your level. Your level's number one, absolutely, but it's not just about your level. It's about the momentum coming into your level. What's happening with trend momentum coming into your level? What's happening with the pivot formations within the backdrop of that reversal? The pivots, momentum's going to tell us a part of that story. Pivots tell another part of that story. And so when we're talking about a high quality reversal, such as an M, a W, or a head and shoulders, there's going to be a time factor in that because you have to have pivots. And pivots have minimum time durations to them. For example, you can't have one candle equate to a pivot, or every single price point in the market would be a pivot, and it would drive us more crazy than social media posts. And so we want pivots have minimum durations to them. You have to have a minimum duration of 3 bars within a move to create a pivot. So these are the early stories when you're talking about a reversal, is you're talking about understanding the concept of momentum. So it's all about the level. That's number one. Where's your level? Is it a multiple time frame level? Has it been tested many, many times? How high quality is that level? Number one. Number two, what's the momentum going into that level? Are bears losing momentum coming into a support? Are bulls losing momentum coming into a resistance level? That momentum is going to tell a little bit of the story. But at the end of a technical day, nothing tells the truth like a pivot does. Because when you talk about a bullish uptrend team, pivots increase, resistance gets broken constantly in an uptrend. Resistance is the number one thing that gets busted up in a bullish uptrend. Resistance here gets broken. Resistance here gets broken. Resistance here holds. When resistance holds, that trend is over. You should not be relying on that previous trend the very second resistance holds, because it's no longer part of the equation. Once resistance holds, you are now firmly entrenched in some degree of neutrality, and that some degree of neutrality is going to depend on whether it's a bullish continuation or whether it's a bearish reversal is going to be what happens next. And so in the early innings of reversals, it's really about momentum, and it's really about understanding pivots. And so when you look at momentum team, momentum can be looked at through a variety of different lenses, obviously. The type of momentum I'm talking about right now is not necessarily candlestick momentum and catalyst momentum and bar by bar trading and high bases or flags, or I'm talking about trend momentum. When you start to see waves decrease in their ability to go up, you're seeing momentum shift. And so as if a market goes up, say 20 points, and then goes up 10 points, and then pivots at 10 points, you're seeing momentum shift. And so when you're looking at momentum, you can track this through 2 different varieties from a trending perspective. Number one, you could look at it from a breakout to the next resistance. So a market breaks out, how far does it run above the breakout channel? If in wave one, or in example one, you run 2 points and then you run 4 points on the breakout, that's a sign of bullish continuation. So if you have increasing momentum going into a resistance level, you're not exactly going to be looking for a reversal there, team. The first thing you're going to be looking for is a bullish continuation pattern, because bulls have momentum. You never want to fight that momentum. You never want to go against the market. You always want to trade in the direction of the prevailing momentum. And you definitely always want to trade in the direction of the trend. And so when you're looking at the momentum, the first thing you look at is kind of resistance to the next level of resistance. How far can it run before it gets tired? And I think that's a great point, Nacho, because it's also about understanding the consistency and the volatility there. Are we dealing with a sprinter, and we got to be a little bit more aggressive, or is this more a methodical walk around the park type situation? You know what I mean? And so momentum is going to be a very interesting situation, but you look at it from resistance to resistance to resistance. And if resistance is expanding, those bulls are feeling froggy. they're feeling froggy. Whereas if momentum starts to contract, you're seeing the opposite impact. They ran a sprint, Nacho, and they got tired. So for example, I'll give you another analogy. Team, if you got up outside your chair staring at these amazing computer monitors that all of you guys stare at, and you went outside and we all touched some grass for about 5 minutes and we ran a mile as fast as we could, would we get a little tired? Would we want to put our hands on our knees a little bit? Would some of us maybe want to take a nap? Like you're going to get tired. And markets get tired too, guys, because markets, we're looking at the collective emotion and pricing of everybody in the market. So as the market runs 4 points and then it runs 2 points, I'm not going to suggest that the market now has the ability to run 2 points when it just showed me it can only run 2 points. And so the market shows that to you through the momentum shifts. And so you have increasing momentum, which puts you on the radar for bullish continuation analysis. And then you have the opposite impact of that, which is slowing momentum, which gives you the understanding that the market's getting exhausted. The type of momentum we want to see as we're coming into our level that we want to see through a reversal lens, we want to see slowing momentum. Now, the second way to determine momentum, again, indicators can help us understand the concept of momentum, but I wouldn't look at indicators to give me the initial read of momentum. I always want to do that from a price perspective. I don't want to pull up secondary indicators just to make sure that, well, what does my indicator tell me about momentum? You can read momentum on the chart. You do not need an indicator to tell you about momentum. It's very clearly established on the chart. You can see it through through resistance levels expanding. You can see it through the natural Elliott wave cycle of wave counting, and from the support pivot to the resistance pivot. You don't need a secondary indicator to tell you what's happening with momentum. But what the secondary indicators can do is confirm your natural read of the momentum. So if we're talking about coming into a major resistance level on the intraday side of the equation, and I have an opinion there, I want to make sure that we're getting a decreasing momentum environment to show me that those bulls are getting tired, that those bulls can't carry anything any longer. And then when it double tops here, you start to see the ending of the trend. And so when you're talking about momentum is that early warning sign to helps us understand if the level is going to give us some reversal analysis, or if that level is going to give us some continuation. Increasing momentum going into a resistance level, I'm going to be looking for bullish breakouts. Decreasing momentum going into a reversal into a major level on the intraday, I'm going to be looking for reversals at that point. Right now, I'm looking for more reversals than anything on the bullish continuation side of the equation or bearish continuation side, because the market hasn't proven it can break out on the daily chart. And if the market cannot prove it can break out on the daily chart, what am I thinking it's going to break out on the 1 minute chart for? And so until this market breaks out, I kind of feel like reversals are going to be a really good pattern. And that breakout might take 3 days to occur. That breakout on the daily chart might take 3 weeks to occur. I don't know. It's our job to trade what we see and not complain about the environment we have. So once again, you have 3 basic reversal patterns. You have the double top, double bottom. That's the M and the W. You have the head and shoulders, which is the head and shoulders or the inverted head and shoulders. And then you have the V shape and the inverted V shape. Now, when you're looking at the double bottom, double top, guys, it's very simply put a holding of resistance or a holding of support. Once support holds, once resistance holds, and we have equal pivots, we are absolutely hunting the double bottom or the double top. So if the pivots in a reversal are equal, this is a traditional reversal type situation. If the pivots in a reversal are offset, it's either a head and shoulders or a V shape. And so when we're talking about the cleanest reversal patterns out there, they're going to be the ones that pivots tell a very clean and compelling technical story. Because if it gets dirty from a technical perspective, it's going to take a little bit more time to clean that up. And so when you're talking about the reversal situations like a W formation, what you typically see is the market's coming down, 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 and typically it has a little bit of momentum. And let's say we have an opinion down here where you have a major support level. Well, you have the contract goes from all the way up here to all the way down here, and then it starts doing this number as it gets into support. Well, as you start to see that play out, where the waves get contracting, and the expansion of momentum from the breakout of support to this support level starts contracting, that's the sign of momentum shifting. And that's very important, guys, because if the momentum doesn't shift here, you're going to see something where it's more like this, where it becomes a little bit more difficult to process, I would say. And so as you get the momentum shift coming into a key level, at this point, it's really about understanding how that story gets told. And so that first pivot that establishes the support level, that's not this level we're trading off of, guys. I know some of you love to put a limit order down at a level that you have a strong opinion on. I'm not saying anything negative against that. I'm just saying that's not a reversal. That's not a reversal pattern. That is, you have an opinion at a level and you're trying to maximize your reward to risk ratio and you're giving up probability to do it. That's a different philosophy. It's not a reversal. You're doing it a little bit different. And again, I do it too. Everybody does it. You have an opinion at a level. You want to maximize your reward to risk ratio. And as you maximize your reward to risk ratio, you're going to give up your probability. Because if you're going to have a cheap risk, big return opportunity, you never have probability on that. That's 2 + 2 when it comes to market mechanics. Every time you have a higher probability in the market, you're going to have a little bit less of return. You're going to have a less return, bigger reward to risk ratio. Anytime you have a low probability situation, you typically have a little bit more return to get, but you're not going to game the system that is more effective and efficient than you are, team. And so if you're putting an order at a level, again, I'm not trying to talk down that in any capacity. I'm just saying that's not a reversal. That a reversal is tracking a reversal formation and waiting on confirmation on that reversal. And so and you only get a proper reversal with pivots. And so the first pivot that gets established, that's just telling you that that support level is a viable, great support level. You come back up, and then the very second it holds that double bottom, at that point, that trend's over. The previous trend is over, and we have a new trend. But we do not know what the next direction is yet. Because let's say something like this occurs where the pivot holds, comes back up, but then constantly decreases resistance. If resistance is constantly decreasing, you don't have a reversal, team. You have a bearish continuation pattern. It's the pivots that tell the story of the difference between a reversal and a continuation pattern. So support holding is kind of step one in the formation of a reversal. Step two would be to understand what happens at resistance. Does it come all the way back up to the previous area of resistance? At that point, you have equal pivots at resistance. You should be looking for bullish breakouts. You should be ready for any time you break back up, because at that point, you are starting a new trend. Whereas if you decrease resistance against the backdrop of that reversal, once again, bears still have control. It's the pivots who tell us who has control. And as the bears had control throughout the trend, and then they had control throughout the pattern, they should have control in the next trend as well. And so it's very important for us to see that come back up into resistance and then break out of resistance, because the breakout is what establishes the trade, and the breakout is what establishes that next trend. The head and shoulder formation is a little bit different, because the thing that occurs is you get your slowing momentum in the trend, and then it increases support. Once it increases support, you now see it through the lens of bulls have control. This is the first increase in support. Now it's just a matter, and I heard Coach Breezy talk about this the other day when he was talking about the neckline. When you get above the neckline, that's where the real trade is. And so if you're front running, you certainly like an increase in support in a front run, and that would be a viable pattern to front run an ultimate reversal. I like that a heck of a lot more than just buying a support bounce in a downtrend. And so you see that increase in support. That's a really good situation to front run that little move. Whereas the second trade is when it gets above what's called the neckline. And the third pattern that we talk about in reversals is the V shape. Now, the V shape is a newer pattern in the market. M formations, W formations, head and shoulder formations have been around for 100 years. V shapes are a little bit more new to the way we navigate the financial world. The V shape recovery is the right side of a head and shoulders formation without the shift of momentum of the left shoulder. So remember, a head and shoulders formation goes left shoulder, head, right shoulder, break out of the neckline. So literally tracks head and shoulders, knees and toes. Let's go. Let's sing some songs. But when you're looking at a 1-2-3 reversal V-shaped formation, you don't have the shift of momentum. Remember, these are catalyst-driven patterns on the 1-2-3 V-shaped recovery. And so you don't have any momentum shifts. It comes into a level, and all of a sudden it increases support and it lifts off. And so the 1-2-3 is a very similar to a head and shoulders formation without the momentum shift in the previous trend. Now, let's go talk a little bit about some of those reversals that we saw earlier this week. Now, when we're looking at kind of earlier this week, team, I kind of felt like there was a couple very interesting reversal situations that were brewing right here, and then obviously as we see up here at the top side as well. Now, when you're looking at this overall neutrality earlier this week, let's kind of look at it right here. When we're looking at this earlier neutrality this week, guys, this is the level right here at the 75-76 level, which is a very important level for the S&P 500. It was a breakout level today. It was a reversal level earlier this week. It was a breakdown level with a tremendous amount of chop yesterday. It's a level that's been playing out all week long. On the flip side, the top side of resistance right now is 76.30. And so you had a range for the most part of this week between 75.75 and that 76.30 level. And markets for the better part up until today, and really kind of a little bit yesterday, just up to resistance, down to support, up to resistance, down to support. And I felt like here, this reversal here, more on the 1-2-3, comes down, hits support, holds support, no momentum shift to the left side here. Let's get a little bit bird's eye view right there. So you see how this one here is just down, all the way down, straight down like a rock, down to support. Now, the first thing that we typically see in a reversal is a shift in momentum. If there's no shift in momentum, you're most likely going to see a V shape is what you're most likely going to see. And that's exactly what kind of played out here. There's no pivots here, team. That's consolidation. There's not an official pivot there. Remember, reversals have pivots. V shapes are volatility events that are driven through catalyst. There's no pivots here. And so you hit support, consolidate, break up. That's your first signal. The pullback would have been your second signal. And then you see that momentum back up into resistance, come right back down. This second situation right here coming in, I believe it was on Tuesday of this week, this situation right here was a very, very good reversal. And it told the entire story very, very well. For example, you have a situation where you're coming down with some momentum. So you see kind of this level right here. So this is your initial move. This is your secondary move. Do you see how the second box is less than the first box? So when you're tracking momentum, you can either track from the breakdown to where it gets extended, the breakdown to where it gets extended, or you can track the wave itself. The wave goes from resistance to support. And so if you're just take one thing away from this conversation of momentum, there's two ways to track it just from a pure price perspective. Obviously, indicators and other things out there as well, but either the wave, meaning resistance to support, or the breakdown, breaking of support to where it gets overextended. However you parse it, whether you're parsing it through the breakdown to the extension, the breakdown to the extension, or you're looking at the overall wave, I think we can all agree that this is slowing momentum as we come into a key level of support. And so as we're coming into that key level of support here, this is where I personally start getting excited about reversal type situations, because as you come into that key level of support, I already have the momentum shift, which tells me that the bears are losing momentum. That's what it tells me. Bears are losing momentum coming into a key level of support. If I'm a bull, I like that. I like it a heck of a lot more than this type of situation where it's all a volatility nightmare, where it's a speed to the downside, consolidation without any pivot confirmation, without giving you any aspect of the story. It's just volatile. And people are saying, well, I think it's going to go up because we're closer to support, or I think it's going to go down. That's not system trading. That's not rules-based trading. You have an idea in your head and you go do it. That's not technical trading. This over here, slowing momentum, double bottom, double top, breakout, that is a reversal. This nice little W formation right there after the slowing momentum, confirmation candle, catch the 9 EMA on the 15-minute, and let's giddy up and let's go, go, go. That to me is a high quality reversal. This to me is a volatility nightmare. The difference is pivot formations. Pivots tell the story. Here, there's not one pivot other than the pivot at support. The next pivot is the increase in support. There's not a resistance pivot here. This is just volatility. This is a clean story because pivots. So one was a volatility nightmare. The other one was one of the cleaner situations we had. What was the telltale difference? They both had the same level. They both had heat coming into them. The difference was the momentum shift. You had a momentum shift coming into that level. And when you have a momentum shift coming into that level, the bulls are going to spot that literally without binoculars, without the sight. I shut your eyes off. You could trade that pattern. Literally, that tells such a compelling pattern. Now let's fast forward to kind of later on this week. So let's just kind of fast forward here. This is a bearish continuation. Why? At no point did you ever see an increase in resistance. And guys, we made that trade yesterday in Power Hour. Becky made that trade. I made that trade. We made that trade because we felt we were getting a reversal. Ultimately, the 15-minute chart never got back up into resistance, held firm, lowered its level of resistance, came right back down. So we were trying to get in front of that. We were trying to front run that larger reversal based on the lower time frames, but ultimately never reversed. We were just being aggressive off the low point. Again, I'm not trying to say you can't be aggressive coming from the low point. We were literally doing it yesterday. What I'm suggesting is it's not a reversal unless you have the pivots tell you it's reversal. And quite frankly, the only thing we had here was a little bit of slowing momentum, and we did get that quick reversal. Now, again, I'm talking on a 15-minute time frame. There was a high quality reversal in the 2 to the 3 minute time frame, but I'm talking a little bit more of the 15-minute chart, 5-minute chart, a little bit more my standard style. Now, you come into today here, and I felt like today was certainly a reversal, but there's one thing to add in the conversation here today on this high quality reversal today. Time in pattern. Let's talk about that very quickly. Why is time in pattern so important? Because where V-shaped recoveries are very, very difficult to trade. Time in pattern is it turns reversals into consolidation trends, into neutral trends. And when they break out of those things, they become pretty stinking good, quite frankly. Because the longer the time in a reversal, it plays for the bulls. Or it like at the top side, the longer the time in a reversal at the top side, it plays for the bears. The longer the time in a reversal at the low side plays for the bulls, because the bears had the edge coming in. They had the edge. They saw a shift in momentum. And now that shift in momentum here from what we were seeing earlier in the session yesterday, look at how it kind of flatlines here. Support holding, support holding, support holding, support holding. And what occurs there, team, is divergence. See, divergence doesn't happen oftentimes in V-shaped recovers and volatility events, because oftentimes the speed is too much. And by the time the move is done, the indicators haven't even caught up to that. But when you get quite a bit of time in the reversal, you can start to see other things get dialed in there as well. And one of those things that is an early sign for reversal analysis is the concept of divergence. Now, what divergence is and where it plays a role in reversals is when we have an identification of a reversal pattern and we go to our secondary indicator to confirm that reversal. Divergence helps confirm the reversal, because most of the time you're looking at indicators, you're looking for indicators to basically reaffirm your opinion of price. In a reversal situation, price is coming down, 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 down. But in divergence, you're seeing it start to go up, 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 because it's confirming the momentum shift is what you're seeing. That's what divergence really does, is it confirms that momentum shift to a certain extent. And so what divergence is when price is coming down, but the indicator starts going up. And it's really when you're looking at support. So support pivots are pressing down or equal. So divergence is support is pressing down, support on your indicator is pressing up. And so here you got support pressing down, support pressing up. That's putting a lot of pressure on those bears and for the bulls to take the edge there. And so divergence is an early warning sign. On bearish reversals or on bearish divergence, price is pushing up, resistance is going up. But what's happening with the indicator? It's going down. What's happening there, guys, is the momentum is shifting on the price and the indicators confirming that the momentum is shifting. You don't get divergence without a shift in momentum. And so if you're having a difficult time reading the natural state of momentum on the price perspective, which can be a little bit difficult because there is some degree of interpretation there, pull up your indicators, pull up RSI, stochastics, MACD, whatever your favorite indicator is, because divergence works pretty much the same on all of those core indicators. If resistance is going up in price, but the pivots in resistance are going down in RSI, that is divergence. Same thing happens on MACD. As MACD price is coming down, MACD histogram has already shifted, showing you that clear shift in momentum. And that clear shift in momentum is extremely important for me as a technician, because I might not be the earliest in the trade because I got Jesse Livermore living in my head. I like confirmation. I like confirming patterns. I don't like being too aggressive inside pattern development. I like being aggressive as we break out of patterns. And so a lot of understanding the reversal is understanding the story that we're seeing play out there to put us in an environment where we're ready to take advantage of the break or the breakout when it occurs following the divergence. So you see divergence over here, price pressing down, indicator pressing up, ultimately price breaks up. Divergence here, price pressing down, support pressing up, ultimately a reversal, break back up. And so regardless of the indicator that you're looking at, divergence can be a very helpful tool in helping us understand the nature of these reversals. So let's go to the first one here, and let's just look at it from an indicator perspective. So let's go over here and let's look at RSI first. Actually, let's look at RSI first. All right, so price is coming down, 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 down. So far as price is coming down here, the indicator is doing nothing but confirming that. Now, as price comes back up, you got a slight increase in support right here. You have a slight increase in support right there. There is no divergence here. RSI told a very clean story of the price, but there is no divergence because the price and the indicator were doing very similar things. Well, let's look at over here in a standard reversal. You have a momentum shift here. So from right here to right here, what do we see on the indicator? We see it flat. As it pivots here, what do we see here? An increase in support. So when you're looking at divergence here, guys, kind of looking just kind of right here at RSI, right here, flat, price is coming down. Right here, pivots are equal, pivots up. That shows you bullish divergence. And when you see bullish divergence, you got to be ready for that breakout, because that's what it's giving you the sign about. Is it's giving you an early sign, because the divergence happens inside the pattern, guys. And so you see how we're going through that double bottom, double top. Confirmation is all the way over here. So you're going through a double bottom, double top, and then you see that first breakout. Well, we're already at 45 on our side by the time that first breaks out, which means when you see that early sign of divergence in the reversal here, yeah, can it still break down? Of course it can. Price can do whatever it wants to do. But what does the indicator tell us? What does the price tell us? What does the momentum tell us? It's trying to tell a story. And that story is not just what we like to fixate on sometimes as day traders and just look at the micro level and the micro analysis and the one candle and be so fixated on that one candle that we're missing the story that the market is trying to tell us from an overall technical perspective. And so I wanted to talk today about reversals for a couple reasons. We're living in an environment where we're going to see, in my estimation, more chop, more neutrality on the daily chart, more of a cash flow environment, in my opinion, in the leadership of the market as of right this very second. And so I don't expect a lot of downward pressure, honestly, unless some other catalyst comes out. I expect a little bit of consolidation at the top end of the market here. And as such, on the intraday side, when you see the daily chart get extended and the daily charts start to go a little bit neutral, that creates a lot of compelling intraday reversals to track. So I wanted to have that conversation here today in the lab. I hope you guys had a wonderful, wonderful time in the lab here today. I hope you guys learned a lot about how I see reversals and how divergence plays within the backdrop of those reversals as well. What does ServiceNow tell us? ServiceNow, from a divergence indicator perspective, it's confirming. It's confirming, Vodka. It's confirming. Bullish uptrend, increase in pivot. And so it's converging. There is no divergence as of right this very second when you're talking about ServiceNow. Divergence doesn't happen oftentimes within the developing trend. It happens typically at the end of a trend. Jaja, I need you to digest AVG earnings when you come back. We'll talk about that in Power Hour. Jaja, absolutely. I certainly have a take on Broadcom's earnings. One of the reasons, Jaja, I keep saying I expect consolidation at the top end of the market, that's a little bit of Broadcom's earnings. No lie. That's a little bit of Broadcom's earnings, because that was the first earnings report we've seen on the AI trade out of a catalyst stock in the AI trade to give us any degree of hesitation on the AI trade. which is the dominant trade in the market by a country mile. And so Broadcom gave us a little bit of an early warning sign there. By the way, I do not have a negative take of their earnings. It's very difficult sometimes to achieve high bar expectations in the market. And I would certainly say Broadcom is suffering due to that. But we'll have that conversation in Power Hour, and we'll be back with Power Hour and more from BluSky after we get redialed in and we come back with an awesome conversation for Power Hour. So team, if you need, this is a great time to go up and refill that water and come back. And when we come back here in about 5 minutes, we'll have a compelling and awesome conclusion to BluSky TV today with Power Hour. Thanks, everybody. Stay profitable. We'll be back in 5. Team, welcome back to BluSky TV. After that break from the technical lab, we are firmly entrenched in Power Hour here today. I got the amazing Coach Becky with me to break down all the price action here today. A couple things, Becky, how you doing? Number one, and number two, I kind of want to get your read on the market right now.
Hey, thank you. And I'm so happy to be here with you guys to round out this trading day today on Thursday. Also, love your technical lab, Matt. This was awesome. Like I always enjoy conversations. I enjoy conversations about what we see on the charts and how we can best operate on them. But every time it's like, oh yeah, I love seeing this on my charts, and I feel so much better about patterns when I see XYZ. And so really excellent job, man. I was so glad to have caught that.
You know, I honestly, every time I teach that lab, I really only have one goal, and it's to anybody who's watching, anybody who's listening, to increase financial IQ. Even if it's one concept or a massive, mind-blowing light bulb moment, I'm good either way. But I truly do hope everybody enjoyed the lab and got a little bit about how I see not only reversals and the patterns, but also kind of understanding how indicators do fit within that too. So I enjoyed it, but I also like just talking about the market.
I know, right? Well, let's talk about the market. So welcome to Power Hour, everyone. I have not actually had a chance to trade today. I'm flat on the day so far. I just have had some things come up, and so here we are. Let's see what's what. Okay, so let's start with the InQ. We talked yesterday about value areas. I do start my day with drawing my value areas, and interestingly, yesterday's printed right on top of the day before. So Tuesday's value area is here in purple, these purple lines, and then yesterday, Wednesday's is here, and the point of controls was the same, and then the value area low was right on top of each other, which coincidentally is right where we're at right now. And so interestingly, Matt just talked about reversals because we have had a beautiful run up after double bottom this morning at market open, which was just a monster of a bull run today, intraday. And on the daily chart, I mean, it's like that's a really positive bullish candle with a massive wick down in here that just has been bought up all day. So very interesting to come into the last hour of New York session having seen just strength all day. There was little pullbacks here, little pullback right now. This does not surprise me at all because we tagged both those value area lows, which is the key area of potential resistance. But then also I drew this red area here based on the reversal we saw yesterday. And then obviously at market close and then through the night, we slid down pretty solidly. And so this as a pivot on the smaller timeframes on the hourly is pretty significant to me. And then the point of controls is right in there. So there's going to be a lot of potential bearish defense in here for me. So what we're looking at now is like two potential areas of bears having some dominance, which is this area that we're currently seeing that bearish response in, or can it push higher into this higher level bearish resistance area from yesterday and then get another response there. And so I'm hesitant right now to put on a trade because, you know, there has been some bears trying at this level. However, the trend is bullish. So I can see the long to kind of push up here and then maybe a potential short move. Or it could just double top here as well, could continue higher. So I think that I see, obviously today's bullish. However, it's quite extended at this point in the day as well. And so it kind of has me on edge of like not wanting to chase the top kind of situation. And then ES also has a very similar pattern, but they're never.
I like the breakout in the ES. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm already here. So, yeah, it's been a really good trend. This is the first trend that I've felt. This is the first trending day that we've had in 2 weeks, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
There's been a lot of just up and down natures, and what created the ability to trend was actually kind of shockingly, the violation of support yesterday, which had that volatility event that saw the overnight session kind of dump. And that's created a little bit of a pocket for the market to trend back up into the pattern without actually breaking out on the daily chart. Like I do not expect to break out on the daily chart here. And so I just honestly think we're going right back up to 76.30. Like that's the overhead level of resistance that has been dominant for a week now. And so I just kind of feel like this is a trend. We're tracking up to the top here. But now we're starting to get into a little bit more of the difficult chop areas, I would say. Kind of like when you're climbing a mountain. the last 10% of the mountain's kind of the hardest, and that's kind of what we're doing here.
Yeah, the air is a little thinner. Everyone's tired. Like, let's see if it will give out or what will happen here. So yeah, it's very interesting because it did kind of do a double top here on that larger time frame, which is right there at 632. And so we are pushing right up against that. I mean, this was a key strong pivot, and then it was retested and got messier. But the bears held this level and pushed down. And so now we're coming up on it. I put this line here at 611 as my breakup structure from yesterday because when that,
I like that level.
Yeah, right. It's key for me. That's where the consolidation right on top of it, and then it was very aggressive underneath of that. Like there was a fight until the bulls lost, and so we're pushing right up against that. We're at 608 right now on ES, and 611 is very close to 608. So
it's a stone throw, is what I like to say.
Yeah.
You know, it's just one of those things where I'm a little bit surprised the strength of the market today.
I am as well.
Like, I'm not surprised we're seeing a little bit of rotation, but honestly, if I was a bear, I'd be complaining right now pretty aggressively, honestly, because like you had your edge going in, you broke the pattern at the top, you started doing the pullback instead of a consolidation, and the bulls are like, no, you're not getting that like at all. And on a day where you probably should get that, you had a negative economic report coming out of the labor market today with initial claims getting into 225,000. That's not a shocking number. I don't want to paint any negative so far, but that is 3 consecutive weeks of elevated initial claims. And if we start seeing initial claims in the 230, 240, 250 range, then we need to get concerned on labor very, very quickly. So initial claims is an early warning sign. And today was like the first time that warning sign went off in months. Yeah. And I don't want to paint it as an aggressive warning sign. It was a slight miss, but 225 is a negative number. There's no doubt about that. You also had escalation yesterday on the Iranian side of the equation. And I'd like to see if anybody has an understanding of how that one's going to transpire over the next 48 hours. But yeah, my point. And then you had Broadcom's reaction to earnings last night, which was immediately down. And it wasn't just Broadcom. High quality reports got sold today. For example, Five Below came out with an awesome report. It's down 10% today. PVH came out with a decent report. It's down today. Today was a nasty day to report earnings. Let's just say it like that. So we had negative reactions to earnings led by Broadcom, but it wasn't just Broadcom. We have slight escalation on the Iranian front with crude oils going slightly up over the last 24 hours. And you have and you had a situation where you were violating a high base, starting to entertain a bullish retracement, and the bulls are like, nope, let's go right back up. It's fascinating, to be honest with you. But it's one thing to, hold a support level, fight back into a range. It is a vastly different thing to break out of that range and catch a runner. And so I just feel like we're still kind of just range bound. That's one of the reasons I wanted to talk about reversals, is because I think those are going to be some of our better trade opportunities, is to be patient, wait on price to get into the upper levels, wait on price to get into the lower levels, and then drill those reversals until the daily pattern changes. And when the daily pattern changes, yeah, we'll get our face ripped off on something like that one time, but we'll be able to pivot very quickly into a bullish trend, because I don't know how long consolidation is going to set forth. I know the last time the ES consolidated, it took 9 trading sessions. I know that. And so today we're now 4 days into consolidation. Last time we did it, we went 9 days. Like we could see a little bit of short form consolidation on that daily chart, which means reversal is going to play out a lot, in my opinion.
So I think I'm going to play this reversal. I'm not going to lie. Your conversation today got me inspired. And I'm looking at it.
Excited. Well, your reversal here will stop out my 15-minute trend. So, well, and I'm okay with that. I'm like, get out. I kind of want to go fly so I can do something new.
I'm all day. It just climbed. And now we are at a key resistance level. They both had strong pushes up. They're both seeing some kind of counterbalance play here. I think ES has a little bit more push in her potentially, but NQ is at a really key level of a double value area low, and the scene fighting on the 5-minute, the moving average is rolled over. So I could absolutely be wrong here, but I know I'm trying to catch the top. I'm not trying to catch the top, but I'm seeing the slowing momentum on this push up here. I mean, we had a lot of good pushes right now. Okay, vodka's with me. All right, let's vote for us now. Team Vodka Becky, let's
No, I
go.
totally understand it. Like
Yeah.
it's starting to slow its momentum. You're starting to see consolidation. You could certainly see a pullback here. And if the market pulls back here, that's a good little short scalp. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It would always be a partial for me if I was going to do that, given the fact that you are counter trending.
Yes.
But it's a good trade. And like day traders will always do that.
Yeah, well, we're counter trending at the end of the day after a long run where there has been some bears in the market recently. We haven't seen them today. It has been a really strong push. And it certainly could still push higher. However, I am not available to chase the high on this, given that we're at a key resistance from multiple areas, for multiple reasons,
Yeah, and I don't think we're breaking out of that ultimate high either. Like,
not today.
no, it probably doesn't tomorrow either. Like, for us to break out of a neutral range after the NASDAQ gets smacked in the face like that,
you're
gonna have to get a catalyst. Like that, and that can only come from two sources right now. Labor market tomorrow, which
coming up on that,
can do it, but I doubt it. And alleviation on the Iranian side, which the market trusts for about 10 minutes before they reprice it in and move on.
Yeah. I mean, I think the labor news in the morning is going to be interesting, and we're at how many times have we said this, but we are at a key level. And for me, there has been slowing momentum on the larger time frames, and yesterday was a very strong stamp of bearish sentiment. And obviously we've had a huge pushback today, so it could be done. That could be the pullback on the daily chart. However, it also could be a large stamp of bears, and I don't, who knows with the Iranian situation as well as labor data. So, I mean, any game can play.
Well, it was just the Broadcom is the first data point where we saw a negative reaction to an earnings report coming out of a catalyst stock in the AI trade. Like I can't not see that today. I can't not see Broadcom's gap down. Now, there was a little front running got bad on Broadcom because Broadcom, the biggest problem with Broadcom today was honestly their EPS miss. And it wasn't a miss. They beat by 2%. But when you're talking about Hewlett Packard earlier this week, beating by 43%, and you're talking about Broadcom beating by 2%, like, and the average EPS beat in the market right now this quarter is 10%. 2% only looks good to people who have zero context for how anything works in the market. And I hate to say it like that, but that's the truth. Like, because it's not a good number. 2% growth against a 10% average beat, against an AI trade that's beating by over 20% right now, against a Broadcom trend that went up 60% in the quarter. 2% is not going to justify anything.
Yeah, it's not that cute of a number.
And so I did feel it was the first data point we've seen that would give the bulls reason to start slowing down. Yeah. I don't think Broadcom's going to all of a sudden create a downtrend in the NASDAQ. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about a shift in momentum here. And I do think that's undeniable at this point. To answer your question on the Russell 2000, Jaja, oh yeah, it's even more pronounced on the Russell 2000. It's had about 8-9 days of trading, of consolidation, and that's after some slowing momentum and trend. So yes, the Russell 2000 is definitely consolidating on the daily chart.
It's a great point. Well, given the backdrop that I am counter trend, I just scaled off a little bit to lock in a little bit.
I like your trade. Yeah, good scalp.
I like it too. I think that the it could fall. I want to keep one runner. I'm gonna take off one early, to kind of just cover the trade here a little bit, and then we'll take one farther runner. 520, yeah. 520.
By the way, your trade on the NASDAQ didn't touch my trade on the ES. like at all. Zero. None. I thought you were going to get success and I was going to get stopped out.
Well, yesterday or today? What are you talking?
Oh, I'm long ES right now.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I've
been long ES for a few hours now.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it's given me some hesitation because a lot of slowing momentum at the top here on the ES.
Yeah.
But the NASDAQ actually broke support there, just barely on your chart. ES still holding firm here.
I had to zoom in to see the break of structure, not going to lie, because I wasn't convinced. I was looking at the hourly and the 15 for the first few minutes of power hour, but then the 15s were kind of sideways. And so on the 5, it looks more bearish. And this to me here was a push, and it made a lower high, and then it broke here, and then it made again a lower high. And so then I got in after the second lower high and then break here. So here's where I chose to enter, because then that gave me more, like you talk about time in what'd you say? Time in
pattern.
Thank you. Time and pattern. Because this on the 5 minute, it was showing, it had the time for the moving averages to roll over on top of the candles closures. And so that too is a better sign of having some patience on it on the reversal as well. So it is shorting at the top of a very bullish day, but it's not totally haphazardly. It's not based on
No. I personally thought you have an edge. I also think volume supports your pullback analysis.
Yeah, right. See that? Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. When you're trading a 5-minute pullback and I'm managing a 15-minute trend, you can be successful on your pullback without me getting stopped out on my 15-minute trend. Because the only thing a 5-minute pullback does is hesitate on the 15-minute trend. So like that's what one of the things I really love about trading is that two people looking at a different time frame can both be successful on how they manage that trade.
Yeah, well, and it's the opportunity that you had to get in as well. I mean, you got in it maybe before I was at my charts. Like I
got in on the ES when it rebroke the 75 level. When it got right back inside pattern, that's when I got involved on the ES. And so I'll kind of show you the candle here, Becky.
Yeah, tell me what time we're looking at.
So kind of 70. It's down lower. It's right there. Not on the pullback there. It was on the breakout.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay.
So I've been carrying.
This was a beautiful pullback, and then there's some aggression out of that.
I wanted to get on a pullback because the pullback came down to 75, but I just didn't catch it, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, vodka locked his in.
By the way, I have a partial. I'm not doing anything too aggressive today.
Yeah.
Yesterday didn't give me a lot of confidence coming into today, honestly. I was like, all right, we're gonna keep it light today.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, being counter trend, I don't know that I'm $70 risk. I'll probably leave it. It's a good lockout vodka. Speaking of, while I'm thinking about this, what do you have thoughts on CEG, Matt?
From what perspective, I guess? I saw your question there. From what perspective on CEG? Like long term, short term, a lot of different ways to put it. Fundamentals, then technicals, long term. All right. So if you're looking at the technical side of the equation, you got some pretty important support between 250 and 260, but you're in a degree of neutrality right now, and you have a negative edge, in my opinion, on the buy side. So you're not necessarily at major support yet. You're underneath the 200-day moving average, and it's really more consolidation based, in my opinion, than absolutely anything. So I don't really see a technical edge here. I will tell you, if CEG gets to 200, I would have a vastly different opinion on that technically. At 250 to 260, I do not see technical value at 250 to 260. At 200, I do. And the difference is you came through a reversal late last year on the longer term side of the equation, and the market hasn't broken a resistance level since then. So I would still kind of expect a little bit down. The 200 price point also equates to the 200 weekly moving average, which is an epicenter of support. It's foundational support is what it is. That's where you start talking about deep technical value. And so technical value is not just because price goes down, it's to a level. Think about how if Warren Buffett was a technician, that's how you should think about technical value, because Warren Buffett wants to get paid, wants to get the deal, right? And so technical value, I want to get a deal, not just oh, it was at 350, I can get it at 264, let's do it. So I do see technical value down around the 200 level. Not so much at 250, and I don't love the consolidation at 250. And again, I'm just talking from that technical perspective. Now, CEG is also one of those AI energy names as well, right? So it's one of those smart reactor that does business with some of the Max 7 components. Uh, there's a few others out there as well. CEG is one of those. Utilities haven't been the best in general, but I would say when you're looking at CEG in comparison to, say, other utility companies right now, I from a fundamental perspective, I think you can make a pretty compelling argument. Forward P ratio is at 19 right now. The current P ratio is 23. Both of them are underneath the average sector PE. So I think you can make a compelling argument on the value side of the equation on CEG long term. And then when you look at the PEG ratio, it's rocking at a downright froggy 0.87. And so if from a fundamental perspective, if somebody came and said to me, Matt, I want to add CEG to the portfolio, I feel like I'm getting a fair price. My answer to that would be, yeah, I think you are getting a fair price as well. You're underneath 20 on the forward, underneath the sector averages, and you got a PEG ratio that is downright froggy at 0.87. So I would say I actually really like the fundamental side of the equation. I do have slight concerns on growth, but you go value first, growth second on those longer term conversations. So I would say fundamentally, you got a much better argument than the technical side of the equation. I think the technical side of the equation is a little bit dirty. I think the fundamental side is a little bit cleaner. So that tells me that are you getting a fair price today long term? Yes. But if we do get that down to 200, I think it's absolutely fantastic. Are they better than Lulu fundamentally? It's a good question, honestly. That is a good question. And I would say, yeah, I would say yes, they are. No, I would say yes, they are. Lulu's PEG ratio, despite getting its teeth kicked in for 2 straight years, is still 4.8. It's got a 9 PE ratio and a 4.8 PEG ratio. What does that tell you? It tells you that there's zero growth, and the only reason there's a downright good PE ratio is because the price has contracted so far to give us a good PE ratio. But there's still very little growth opportunity when it comes to the longer term side of the equation with Lulu. I would argue that there is technical value on Lulu, unlike that we've seen on CEG. I do think we've had a significant downtrend for the last couple of years in Lulu. You're talking about a stock that went from $500 down to $115. There's some deep technical value there, right around the $100 price point. And so let's see what their earnings does to offset that growth, because right now in their growth metrics, they don't have it.
I think
Sorry,
that's
Becky. I just had to answer those questions a little bit.
No, I loved it. Those are great questions. I know. I'm sorry about my chart. I need to clean it up. It's because I was adding them while I was streaming yesterday, and I didn't get them cleaned up. But they're not on my chart. They're just closed out. I need to get them off of here. I just need to get them off. Here we go. Here we go. It's happening. Let's see. Why are they? I need to get. I'm still. Breezy's a little. Come on. Finicky sometimes with my buttons. I know.
Yes, is trying to break out, by the way.
I know. Come on, resistance. I know I did. Look, I'm hovering. You see me hovering? There it is. See, it takes a minute sometimes. And I don't know if the streaming interferes with it. It's because I'm modifying my things when I'm streaming, I think, because this takes a minute. I only want this one. Come on. You know when you know you're doing something and it's just taking its sweet time and you're like, do it right. It's trying to break out. I'm going to hold these 2 micros because they're micros and it's the end of the day, and I just give them a little bit of room here. There.
Stop work.
Now we look better.
That's what I would recommend whenever I don't love my trade.
You would what?
Whenever I don't love my trade, I just let the stop work. Like, it's there for a reason.
So much love vodka, Jojo. I need it 84 times. Actually, that's how much I love it. I know. I know. That's the thing. That's the thing is like, trust your stop, right? I don't dislike it though. The short here, but also they're trying to hold. ES is pushing too. ES has targets above. That's why I couldn't even entertain the short on ES, because it was just
ES more consolidation based.
It was consolidating. This is the 5 on ES. Like, it did not have as much. The NQ was sliding. ES was holding and flagging out, and it had that key level above. Like, if I was in a long, I wouldn't be out yet. So
no, I'm gonna lazy trade this till the close. Like, I'm lazily adjusting. I might as well be at the beach right now, just lazily adjusting against the 15-minute. But
I love that.
You know, when you take a smaller position size, it allows management decisions to be easier, and you don't have to be too as aggressive. And I'm just like, all right, you can do whatever you want right now. Let's go. Playing with the casino's money right now.
Yeah, this looks good. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see how Matt's long goes, and my short is not as green as it was initially. We'll see. I'll let it test this wick here. I honestly kind of want to give it room, and because we're so close to resist. I know. I'm like,
if you adjust your stop loss, my next technical lesson is going to be why you should never adjust your stop loss to give yourself more room.
I know. I know. I'm pretty sure I have said that in my own labs.
I know you have.
More than one.
I've heard you say that. But it's one thing because I make fun of it a little bit because I've had those thoughts too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, but if I just get above that next wick, I can give it a little bit more room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. And it's really not that big of a deal, but it's what it does when you break rules.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a big rule to break. But when you break rules, you set the path in your mind to break other rules.
Yeah, it like makes
all of a sudden you're a degenerate gambler parking all your money in a 1-minute ES trade. Like, it started with a slight adjustment of 2 micro contracts, and it ended with 14 standards on a 1-minute chart. Like, it's called tilt.
Tilt is so easy. It is so easy to slide into a tilt situation, and that is very real. And by not honoring, like, by having a system where you really honor your rules, is how you can prevent that. And just be like, this is my rule. Like, this is the outcome. It's going to go one of 2 ways. Like, I took a stab at a short, which was counter trend. I got a trim, and the other 2 were hit. It's okay. It was like a small position too.
And the reality is, even if you adjust, you're still going to get stopped out most likely, because you put that stop loss at a level where you felt like, I want to be in the trade until I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And then when the market is trying to tell you you're wrong, you're like, no, I'm not wrong yet.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you are. You're wrong, because you would have been stopped out on this candle anyways.
Yeah. Well, now that we're pushing, I really would love it if we could get up here to my my remaining like naked point of control, which is 648. And we've got what, half an hour left?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hit the reverse button. I go long.
I don't know if I love the long.
I don't love the long either. That's why I took the short.
I like the long, but I don't know if I love the long.
Look at how red it is. This area is red for a reason. This is why I color code my charts, and I think that everyone
should zone of resistance.
Yeah, I like my purple level because they can go anyway.
Yeah, that's where I expect reversals to play out. So,
dude, me too. Yeah, I should not long.
Jaja, on what time frame, brother? Just help us out with the time frame there, and so that we can give you a better answer. Because if you told me failed breakout on any other time frame that ends in day, weekly, monthly, I would say no. So it
Thank
just really
you.
depends on the time frame we're looking at here.
Daily. NQ daily failed breakdown because yesterday was bearish and then overnight slid down bearish, and now the bulls are like, Is that what we're talking about, maybe?
Yeah, I think he's talking about the intraday reversal. Yeah, I think you could argue that earlier in the session today. Like it was going through a little bit of that choppy, kind of the same thing we talked about during the lab, where today was a prolonged consolidation. And you had a couple situations in the pre-morning where it kind of broke up and one broke down, but in general, it just kind of went neutrality. But legitimately, 45 minutes after the cash open, you had a candle that was testing underneath the intraday low and then popped right back up and established a bullish uptrend after that. So I definitely would consider that what I refer to, and you called it, would you consider it a felt breakdown? And I would say yes on the intraday. I would say yes, because you're fighting right back up into those daily patterns. So you broke the daily patterns and now you're right back up into those daily patterns. That is a failed breakdown. Yes, on the intraday side of the equation, definitely on the 5, definitely on the 15, and cleaner on the NASDAQ than we saw on other indexes out there. So I would answer that yes. And I've heard Coach Breezy talk about this quite a bit, where you have a breakdown, but it gets stuffed. So it breaks down 1-2 candles, comes right back up inside range, and you get your no momentum on that breakdown. Well, that kind of tells the bulls out there everything they need to see, because like, oh, you got your breakdown. Now you're complaining. You're not going to want to reassess this in the short term. Let's pound them. Let's pound them. It's like a boxer who gets hit in the face and they wobble a little bit. What do? Do you wait for them to get off the mat and get ready to punch you again? Or do you go full fury and go boom, 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 boom?
Finish it.
So like, yeah, they got punched and then the bulls pounced and put them into submission and the bulls took it off and run. So it's actually a really good psychological pattern. It's not a great technical pattern because there's chop to the left and you got to kind of have to discount some of that chop to the left. But a failed breakdown, which would be a fake out back to a breakout. So fake out and then it comes back up into the breakout. It's an aggressive bullish trade, I would say, but it's literally the boxer stumbling and then getting pounded, and the bull's just taking a run. Psychologically, is so damaging to the bears. The same thing happens to us when we're trading a bull breakout and it comes right back down and stops us out. Are we in the mood to get off the mat and be like, yeah, let me go do that right now again? No, we're going to want to reassess the situation. We're going to want to like, okay, let's see what the next technical pattern is. And so it's slight today, but I would certainly call it that. And I would definitely call it that on the daily chart. You're right back inside pattern right now.
I'm sinking these bears today. I'm doing it. It's happening. It's happening. I believe in them. I think that we're showing weakness and we're too close to resistance on all my time frames. Let's see how this plays out. Yeah, hey, what's up, Mary? Yeah, I know. We're just balancing whoever's gonna be varying the morning vibes and changing it up. But I think this morning was a good session. Hope you got some green on your P&L today, Mary. Everyone.
Hey, Becky, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. I do love some woman trade energy. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a nice balance too. I think it creates good conversations with the team. And it's good to like kick it back and forth and see what's available and how we feel things. Intuition, not get greedy on big levels. Yeah. Asian session at Silver. Yeah. What levels do you have on your resistance set? A hard time reading your BluSky YouTube chart. Yeah, I know. They're trying on the back end to try and get these really clean. So and I do need to call out my levels more often. So I am short here. I am interested in the short on NQ anywhere here between 590 to up to 650, honestly, anywhere in here. But this resistance here where I would like to add to my short is at 612 if we get that high. And that is based on my larger time frames, my value areas. So from Tuesday and Wednesday, both kind of value areas printed on top of each other. And the value area low from Tuesday and Wednesday is right around where we're hovering right now. And then this resistance, which is on my chart in this red color, is the hourly resistance from yesterday, where we saw it broke low and then it came up and consolidated and couldn't break the high, and then fell down substantially 4 hours through the night to the lows up this morning. And so this for me is a key bear zone where we're at now. And so I really it's been a very bullish day. And so I'm not super interested in chasing the bulls higher, even though there is a couple more targets up here with the naked point of control from yesterday not being tagged yet, as well as the technical bottom of this resistance. But we are so close to resistance that I kind of want to just build a little bit of a short and see if the bears can throw down here to end the day. It could not work out, and that's fine. I'm just trading a couple of micros because I had a kind of a full day. Thursday is not a big office day for me based on just my family's needs. So I'm coming in late, so I'm trading some micros. But 612 is a key area of resistance on the hourly that I would add to my short if it gets to there. But, obviously we're in it's been a bullish day, very, very bullish day. So this is counter trend and kind of risky. So to each their own on that. I got in earlier and I got one scale out and then the others took my stop. And I just kind of waited, it pushed up higher. It got a little bit closer and then pulled back. Yeah, no problem. I love questions around here. Helps the conversation too. Yeah, and sometimes the charts, sometimes they're really clean when you share a chart, and sometimes they're just kind of mucky. So please remind me all the time to say my levels out loud. And for ES, I like the 611 is a very key level that we ran down earlier when we talked charts as well. And that did get tagged, that 611 on ES. And so that could help my NQ trade by having ES get into that key hourly level of 611 as well here. We'll see. I'm going to give it time. At this point, there's only 21 minutes left in New York session. And so I'm not even going to try and micromanage targets at this point, because if we push a little higher, this is just such a resistance area for me that I would add just a little bit more and then see if we can't get a little bit of a press down here. Right now, I'm only in for 2 micros, which is a low position for me, but a feeler because my last one was taken out. So I want to hold some leverage for if we do tag that level technically at 611, then I want to add it there. I'm trying again for my short, Matt. I know.
Trying it again.
Yep. I zoomed out. Once I was out, I was like, okay, let's step back. Look at all the things. I zoomed out and I was like, where am I?
I still like my ES trade.
I do. I love your ES trade. Part of it is that I couldn't get in a trade earlier. And so now I'm like, well, what do I see here?
Oh, yeah. Looking at it with fresh eyes.
Yeah. We'll see. It's when you can get into the chart matters how you see it. What opportunity is for the remainder of your trading session.
Job very quickly. Already talked a little bit about Broadcom, but just very quickly to answer the question. No, maybe a little bit of guidance. Guidance wasn't a negative. It didn't have HPE's 43% increase in guidance, but they did increase. I think Broadcom suffered from 2 things. Number one, front running gone bad. All Broadcom did was gap down into a known range before the last 4-day pump. And so the gap feels pretty aggressive today, but in reality, without the pump the last 4 days, you're just back into the exact same range that you were already dealing with. So that's number one. I do think there was some front running gone bad there. Number 2 is high bar expectations, not just for Broadcom, but the AI trade in general. We've been dealing with 10, 20, 30% beats on EPS, and we've gotten 2% beat today out of Broadcom. So the percentage beat was an issue, number 2. But no, I don't think it was guidance. They did increase guidance, but I would definitely say high bar expectations, number 1, were not met, and they weren't met because EPS only was increased by 2%, which doesn't justify a stock that went up 60% in the quarter. And so it's really tough to justify stock going up as much as Broadcom did in the quarter when the fundamentals don't match that. And the fundamentals did not match that from going up. Was it a negative catalyst? I don't see it as a negative catalyst. I just don't see it as I just don't see it as a justification of what happened last quarter. You got to reprice that in. I think you move forward with a fresh technical lens on Broadcom.
Good rundown. IBM play. Nice. Opportunity everywhere on this market.
There always is.
Gold was kind of a boss last night, huh?
Yeah, but gold underperforms everything these days.
Yeah.
And I say that about my favorite pet, shiny rock.
I know, right?
It just underperforms.
Don't let her hear you.
Yeah, it's the only thing I can do is shake my head and sell another covered call.
Man.
Yeah, he is speaking right now.
What's
So
he
be
saying?
ready for some uncertain volatility, I would say. I did see most of it was on, he was talking about swimming pools and the reflecting pool. I believe he was talking about women's in sports because that's in front of the Supreme Court today. And I do believe he had some coal industry announcements as well, but I'm not familiar with those yet. And he's talking election security, saying he won all 50 states. I'm just reading some updates I'm getting here, team.
Thank you.
I'm trying to see if there's anything on the Iranian side because that's what kind of the market really cares about.
Oil and coal discussion.
Water fountains. Yeah.
Naturally.
Windmills.
As you do.
Yeah. I'm not seeing anything on the Iranian side. Yeah, they want to drill on Fed land. Yeah. And there's regulations that offset that. It's a big conversation. I come from coal country. I think the more we don't rely on coal is better. I'm not opposed to all forms of energy, though.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I mean, the whole natural resources is a lot of levels to that.
Yeah, it is a lot of different types of conversations there.
Mm-hmm. All right, what's going to happen? Kumo one.
Let's see this bad boy.
Looks good. I'm not going to lie. I'm not mad about this short. Yeah. We need continuation would be great, though. If we could take out this low of the last push down, that would, I think, get faster. We have 5 minutes to imbalances, 15 minutes to the end of market. So kind of now or never with what the next 6 or 7 minutes here. It should be a good push between the last 50-minute candle starting and imbalance is going to hit. Let's see what she does.
Yes, finally pulling back with the NASDAQ, by the way. I like your edge.
Well, that level we both called out with that breakup structure on ES was that 611. That held strong.
Hit it on the dime.
Yeah.
Pivoted like an Allen Iverson crossover.
That's why I love these breakup structures. Oh, there's first target. These breakup structures, like this was so much monkeying around, and then when it fell, it just crashed. Like I was looking at my charts before hopping on here today, just touching on my levels a little bit, and apparently everyone else was looking at that too, or enough people anyway to get a good little hit.
Yeah, it hit their test in multiple different times.
Yeah.
Tried to break, came right back down.
Yeah. Well, I made back the loss of that first one, so I feel better about myself. This was just yesterday we were on it, and he just like there's an energy, right? When you go to red on a day, which it was like $100 red. It was nothing, but still it's like, okay, I'd like to clean that. I like to flip that color from red to green. That would be great. Okay. And now we've got 14 minutes. With the impact of imbalances, as we get a little closer, I might just move my stop to break even and just like, because sometimes it just whips so much that it can monkey around. I don't think
I don't mind that idea coming into imbalances on a situation where you're trading. Like there's a lot of neutrality right now in the ES, and the NQ is trading a pullback within a larger uptrend. Although I like the 5-minute chart, I actually really like your short, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I do too. Thank you.
But I don't mind the smack that stop loss at break even, just to give it a little bit of a go or don't feel going into imbalances.
Yeah. Well, ES held up stronger through all of this.
Yeah, but then it broke out, 1 bar expansion coming right back down. That's never a good sign. That honestly is an early indication of reversal.
Yeah, I mean, right now is like it needs to hold here. Would make sense for it to hold because this is the bottom of the flag that it broke out of. So I would be very interested in the slip on ES for holding or not for the bulls for the last push.
Well, and honestly, the bulls have done more than I thought they would do today.
They were beautiful. Like they really.
They were more aggressive than I thought they were going to do, but
I did not trade futures throughout the day today because I just wasn't in my office, but I did take a QQQ call because I saw it just was bouncing on support and holding and pushing. And so I got into a call earlier in the day and I regret not holding that. I'm not going to lie. As we just made a new high. I mean, it was a 0 DTE, so you can't hold all day or theta is unpleasant. So I was only intending on holding it for an hour or two, but then it just kept climbing and I was like, just shut it off. Just be happy about what you got. So that was, I did take a little green on that QQQ call this morning. So I'm happy about that. All right. So my target here, because we're about out of time, I just put it based on, honestly, my 1 standard deviation band on my VWAP chart, as well as the top of this breakout here. We'll see if it'll tag it or what. Imbalances are coming. So I'm just going to tuck my stop right underneath my fill. That way it's green or it's green. It's a good situation to be in. If I had the day had hours left to go, then I would rather my stop be up. And honestly, I probably would have left this ad up here. However, the ad was because when I first entered, we were here and it still could, in my mind, could have done 1 more push up, gotten that ad and tagged proper. That resistance level on my hourly chart, which is here, we never got to that 612 resistance on the hourly because we sold before it. And so once we really broke down here, I added 1 more lower and I took off that ad because time opportunity. We just don't have the time really to do that play. Where at this point, if it went all the way up here, we wouldn't have enough time to make it into profits. And so instead, I cut that add to my short up there and I pulled my stop loss down because it's like you just got to protect the trade that you're in because there's only 10 minutes left. So that's how I kind of looked at this trade management situation. The bulls are kind of trying. What are they gonna do? Think it.
Yeah, it's a pillow fight battle.
It's a pillow fight battle. I love that some of the things that you say, Matt. You just make me smile. Like little froggy or like pillow fight battle. I just really enjoy you.
They're called Mattisms, and they randomly occur.
Okay, my best friend is Sarah, and she has so many Sarah-isms because she's a unique, lovely human. But we call her Sarah-isms, and I'm Matt.
Yeah, sometimes Mattisms do not work out.
Aww, I love that.
One time I was talking to I was in a ballroom teaching a 3-day event.
Okay.
And I was given an analogy, which I am amped to do. And I was talking about swimming swimming with the sharks, basically. Like I was trying to explain that by doing that, that's like swimming with sharks. And I stood up and I was like, guys, listen, that's like swimming in a field of sharks. And one of the students is like, Matt, what's a field of sharks? And I'm like, have you ever seen Sharknado? That's a field of sharks. And that's like trading in that environment. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Fuck, I got back in the short too. She was breaking down. I'm with you on that. I added right before imbalances because it was breaking down for me. So I just threw in one more. Like I'm trading light, which is fine for me. But I added one and then I scaled one, and then now I know didn't quite get to my target, so we'll see. My stop is on the 5-minute now because literally we're minutes left in the day. So I know I'm not overly invested in any of it because it's kind of a end of day scalp is what this is for me. So.
I just got ticked out of the ES.
Ticked out green, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go.
Oh, no. I knew full well that I was going to get stopped out in this trade. I knew that 2 hours ago. I just didn't know when it would take. But
well, sometimes you just rally. Like when we had a real bullish closure. Was that Tuesday where we ended like very strong? I think.
well, to me, it was more just like I decided I was going to manage the 15-minute time frame, and I wasn't going to get out until we came underneath the 15-minute 9 EMA, and we just did. So it's just one of those. But any thoughts on gold jaw? Long term, I think you should take advantage of the downward pressure. Short term, I have it as a cash flow environment and driving me nuts due to underperformance of every other asset class right now.
Building a position long term. Okay, that looks beautiful then. Yeah.
Oh, I'm a yes on that. Like if I didn't have a position, I would be building both a core position in gold and in my favorite miner as well. Which my favorite miner is KGC right now, but Barrick Gold is up there as well.
Close your short. I know. I see it on my other screen that it's bouncing here. Meh. I'm still
I'm a panicking, Ross.
50 on this position, so maybe I'll lock in a little more contract too. It was pushing hard here. I'm gonna just leave my levels as they are because I like this level based on a few different reasons. This is going back to the key level of 3,500, which is a very key level. Like I think I put it at 03 or 06 or something, so it gets filled. 504 is so I get my fill. Let's go. Intent to practice covered calls. Okay. Yeah, the teaching job. Good job, Matt.
$50 to $50. $50 can be compounded into $75. That can be compounded into $100. That can ultimately be compounded into thousands upon thousands upon thousands. So you never scoff at a gain ever.
Great point. Ooh, Gabber for the win. Ooh, those are buy side. There's no negative. Oh. Target. That was good.
Yes, might sell off coming into the close.
Yeah, I just flew down to my target roll fast there. All right. 250 all day. I feeling good about that.
Wait.
Light P&L day, but it's yeah, right. It's nice.
Well, that could have been a great situation if it wasn't for that 1 5-minute candle.
It was 100 points. Yeah, it was 600 to 500. Oh, I like that. Let's go. Mary got some.
Yeah, I'm done for the day. But if I were going to do anything aggressive here coming into close, it would take a little bit of a scalp on the ES here.
Yeah. We were just at resistance on both instruments. Like it was a beautiful push right up into them at the end of the day. So that's why you don't chase that push anymore. Like can't do it. These are the days where I really like to scalp the end of day rejection from that. Put a wick on this candle, like show us a little bit of counter trend move. It's a scalp. Obviously, it's a scalp for multiple reasons because you're counter trend, but also there's just no time for it to be much more than that, especially if you're trading, a funded account on that situation. Oh, but my hands are pretty thin on that paper element as well. I'm not, they are what they are, but also, like I said, I didn't want to trade big because of the end of the day and the time on the factor, but also that level just made a lot of sense to me, and so I got kicked out in my first try, but trusted the analysis. And again, like I had some questioning thoughts when I was taken out, but zoomed out, look at the bigger time frames, and then bring it back in again, compare ES and NQ. Like I felt better about re-entering, seeing ES tag that level that was important for me on that chart. And so sometimes they like to wait for each other. If one of them is approaching a key level and the other one's kind of lagging and hesitating, sometimes if the one can reach its target and then start joining it, then the momentum can be stronger. I don't know if anyone else has observed that, but I have seen that when I'm watching ES and NQ together. If one of them is really trying to achieve a target that makes a lot of sense, the other one will think around for a little while. And if it hits it, then they can move in more in tandem for the next phase sometimes. But the day I think is going to be strong when we get the daily closure here in a second, in a minute, 3 minutes. Oh, and use a small body. Look at that. This is quite a rejection. I thought wouldn't quite get that low. Interesting. So we might get more of a doji body on the NQ. Let's see what ES.
It's a piercing line.
Be a beast. Look at that ES daily. Well, because it just must have opened lower. Like
ES has healthcare and industrial and finance for all the 3 best sectors today.
There you go. That's the candle difference here.
Healthcare got a big time upgrade and a big time move. Like, and healthcare is not a momentum beast right now. It's kind of just starting, but United Health got an upgrade out of Bank of America that propelled the Dow Jones earlier today. And so you are seeing relative weakness on the NASDAQ, and that should stand out like a sore thumb given the fact what the NASDAQ trend has been.
Well, and part of it too is that ES didn't slide as deep pre-market because NQ has that big wick on it, but a decent bit of that was the pre-market aggression. It just got lower overnight, and so then this big wick, this is a big bullish candle too, but just the opening and stuff prices are different. But I mean, all this wick is buying pressure on NQ too, so they're both definitely.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't call it. You call it a morning star. I wouldn't call that bearish, but I would call it slowing momentum.
Yeah. And like when you do break it down to the smaller time frames where we got that hourly chart from on yesterday's price action, that was quite a beautiful kiss and rejection here. If you don't mince the couple points that it didn't quite tag it, but I mean, this is the pattern here, like lower high, clean, strong break on the hourly, retest with some strength, but a rejection. And so this could have.
I do love a trend break, like that trend break. Like when you pulled it out to that hourly chart, I'm like, oh, that trend break was fantastic.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
But then also trend breaks are often retested, right? And so that's why that's another reason why I was interested in the short, is because it was so clean. That was 3 hours of buying off that trend break.
Honestly, that hourly chart is very clean technically.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
Including your pullback analysis that you drilled.
Thank you. This one I didn't like as much because it happened in the middle of the night. And this one was powerful during New York session with follow through all night long. And so this one stood out to me more than this one. Plus with the momentum we were seeing, like it just didn't really have much of an impact here. So then the next one up, you got to look at more closely, which was this one.
I used to rather enjoy trading the European session. I don't ever trade the European session ever now. Like I'm getting older. I don't want to stay up that late anymore.
Yeah. Oh, ding, 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 guys. That's that.
All right.
Hey.
Becky, you want to give some final thoughts here?
Yeah, always a pleasure here with you guys at BluSky. I really enjoy the community and the interaction we get. Like, thank you guys for the chat conversation back and forth and the questions. Please do always ask us questions. Matt, always a pleasure learning with you, from you, trading alongside you. Today was a lovely hour to spend with my trading family. So nice to see you guys. Have a lovely evening. Please reset your brains so we can have one more great trading session of the week.
Becky, you are the best, truly. I could say the exact same thing. Love doing content with you, and you were fantastic today as well. Team, have a wonderful rest of your day. And I believe Coach Breezy will be on tonight for the Asian session, and catch Coach Justin in the morning for the morning session. And hopefully everybody has a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. And with that said, we'll see you next time.